everybody out there in Twitch, I'm Carlos A.S. Lysing. Welcome to Castle Entertainment's weekly stream here. As you can see right here on the screen, I've got 5 or 4 totally new players. Tonight's game is called the Steel Spires. As usual, it's a World of Greyhawk game, and it is supported by my company, casl Entertainment. These gentlemen all were kind enough to patronize us this month through my Patreon at www.patreon.com/casl Entertainment. And as a result, I'm running them a one-shot game tonight called Steel Spires. These guys right over here are 4 brand new players and Matthew Lazinski, who is in my game. But these guys are not brand new to D&D. These guys are all have played at some form, fashion, or level. And I'm going to ask everybody to introduce themselves to the audience out there. And I'm going to go start from the left via our screen there at the bottom with Stetson. But Stetson, why don't you tell everybody who you are and who you're playing tonight and a little bit about your background with D&D.
I'm Stetson Chrysler. I'm playing Kildy. I'm a Wood Elf Ranger. I have a pretty tragic backstory, if I must say so myself. I've been playing D&D for 14 years. I have most of my experience with 3.5. My very first character was a fighter, just straight up, and then
right after I say that about vanilla fighters.
But he was working to become a paladin, and he was serving as a squire to the paladin in the party.
Fantastic.
Yeah, and
that is a great segue into our next player, Matthew. Matthew, hit us with your tell everybody who you are.
Well, I'm Matthew, as you guys know, also Barrow Bravelark or Brixton Beholder's Bane in some of Carlos's other games. Tonight I'm playing a character called Ramza Zerqua, who is a cavalier, and I'm really stoked. It's going to be crazy different than Brixton, so let's have some fun.
Matthew is one of the stars of my first Betrayal game. I'm super pleased to have you here. Thanks, Matthew, for everything and setting this up with all your friends, buddy.
Yeah, thanks,
Kalen, why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself?
Hey everybody, my name's Kalen. Tonight I'll be playing a Ninja Wujen. The race is something special, so look forward to that. His name is Daisuke. Everybody on screen besides Ian are in my regular play group, and I've been playing D&D with them for about 2 years now, so pretty new at it, but also it's an awesome time. I'd recommend it if you haven't played it yet.
Awesome. Ian, is that your familiar over there on your lap, or is that just
Yes.
a pet?
Maybe she'll say hi.
Oh, no, that's okay. We love familiars here at Castle Entertainment. Oh, what a beauty. What's her name?
That's Nova.
Oh, Nova, okay. Maybe Bella, my familiar, will make an appearance later tonight. Ian, introduce yourself, brother.
I am Ian Rose, best friends with Matt here. We started playing D&D, it was like 13 years ago-ish. And even before that, my father played D&D in college, and he taught my brothers and I all when we were young. So it's been around in my life pretty much for all of it. So it's been fun. I'm playing Ancelian Temnir, the half-elf druid tonight, with my animal companion Svetlana the bear. It's going to be fun.
Everybody out there, thank you for tuning in. Irish Dad, Lord Grendelwolf, Pawpaw D, thank you very much for tuning in. You're going to have a great time with these guys. This is going to be a really fun adventure. And finally, we have Nicholas over there on our right. Nicholas, why don't you introduce yourself, man?
Yeah, my name is Nick. I've been playing D&D for like 7 years, 6 years, I don't know, since high school. Started with Pathfinder First Edition, and our group has jumped between probably like a dozen different systems.
Okay.
Since then, Matt is nodding annoyedly. So tonight I'm playing Kale. I'm a half-orc monk, which isn't normally allowed in the rules, but here we are.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I'm a monk dedicated to Zwoken, the god of mental and physical perfection, and psionics.
Mm-hmm.
I guess a demigod, technically.
Yep.
And yeah, it's kind of full circle. My first character ever in Pathfinder was also a monk.
All right.
Although I usually play a monk in the first game I play of any given system. So.
Oh, right on. Well, that's cool. At least you're on familiar ground here. Also, we have Mark out there. Mark, Mark Clover, thank you for watching us this evening. Everybody out there who's watching us, you've heard some character classes being thrown around. You guys have heard some races. You may notice that there's a few things that we're doing tonight that are not necessarily rules compliant, like Nicholas mentioned his half-orc monk over there. That's fine with me. Everybody knows that I'm an old school 1E DM, but I think variety is the spice of life. These guys had some really cool character concepts they wanted to throw at me, and I'm not so codified and bound to the rules that... The rules support the game. The game does not support the rules, okay? So, you want to have fun. More than anything, you want to be able to express your ideas and things like that, so if you have to bend a couple rules to do that, I'm totally fine with that. That's in the spirit of what Gygax did when he set up the rules for us. So you'll be hearing some crazy stuff out there tonight as far as rules, class combos, and powers, but that's totally fine with me. Also, a lot of these guys, as you just heard out there, don't play 1E as their number one system. So what I've encouraged them to do is, in the spirit of first edition, do whatever you want to do as a character. Don't worry about the rule set. You know, think about the things that your character would do based on the way you designed them. You let me worry about the rules. Everything else is going to be, it'll take care of itself. And I've got, the rule weight over here in 1E is there, but it's not so oppressive that we can't have fun with it. So without further ado, I'm going to begin our game right now. All of our player characters, you'll notice on the map right here on Twitch, and for those of you who aren't watching on Twitch, it's www.twitch.tv/casl Entertainment. You'll notice on the game map, we have the Quadrant Pass and the Steel Spires of Daeurn is the title on our map. The Quadrant Pass is a pass between mountains that exists between the nations of the Prelacy of Almor in Greyhawk and Nyrond. Now, the Prelacy of Almor used to be a part of what's called the Great Kingdom before the war, the Greyhawk Wars. And Nyrond was a very, very powerful, large country. Well, Nyrond, during the war, had several reversals. Number one, their king got old. He was inflexible. He had a very hard time adapting to the new rules of society. And Nyrond suffered for it. There was evil growing in his backyard, and he didn't even know it. But meanwhile, across the border, the Great Kingdom hated Nyrond. And when the war came, they attacked over the Quadrant Pass, along with other places, and the whole area became a terrible war zone. And in particular, during this war, this nation that we're talking about, the Prelacy of Almor, in the denouement of the war, it was almost totally destroyed. The whole land is in ruin. There's starvation everywhere. People are penniless. The border is inconsistent and vague between Nyrond and the Prelacy of Almor. It's a bad scene in Almor right now. I've got a couple of our fans out here who are bringing up the old school and the Greyhawkness up there. Thanks so much, guys. But this is the environment in which our game is going to take place. There's a city, or I should say a city fortress, that is right at the end of the Quadrant Pass, which is right on the Nyrond-Almor border. And that's called Quadrant. Quadrant technically belongs to Nyrond, and its captain, or its commandant, I should say, is a man by the name of Captain General Osmeron. Osmeron is the distant cousin of a war hero named Commandant Osan, that during the war was one of the most decorated and one of the most well-known heroes of the war. As a result, the family name for the Captain General is, he's got a great reputation. And the apple didn't fall too far from the tree when it comes to Osmeron. He's a very well-liked commander by his men. He's of a goodly heart. He's got a young daughter, but he's a single parent. His wife died in the war, of disease, and as a result, it seems like he looks after the people in Quadrant as his family, as his extended family. Those of you in the party all have some kind of a tie to the Captain General, as you noticed in your backgrounds. As a result, the army that operates out of Cordrand, and their job is basically to hold the pass. Okay, make sure nothing comes up out of the Great Kingdom to attack Nyrond. Make sure nothing comes out of the mountains to attack Nyrond. It is one of the most heavily strategic points in the entire country of Nyrond, which is probably about the size of Germany when it comes to a country. It's a rather large landmass. But this is probably its most strategic point. It's a very dangerous place to be, but the morale is very high among his people. That's where I'm going to begin with your characters in that environment. At some point during the day, all 5 of you are called before the Captain General at his offices. Now, the Captain General's offices, one of the main reasons why he is so well liked by his people are his offices are pretty Spartan. They're not anything fancy. You're not seeing flags everywhere and decor everywhere like you would in a lot of generals' rooms. This is about a 20 by 20 space with a desk there. His daughter is sitting in the corner. His daughter's very young, and she's playing with dolls there. For those of you, one of you out there has a particular tie to Osmarin's daughter, and you can feel the psychic connection, the soul merging between the two of you there. Her presence, it just kind of glows like a beacon to you in the room. She's filled with innocence and youth, and just she's a very precocious child. She's young, but as for the Captain General, he's about 6'2", 6'3", black hair. He's a very slender man. Keeps a sword at his side. He's wearing his chainmail. No kind of medals or anything like that. That's too pretentious for the Captain General. One of the Captain General, probably his only real vice that he has, is he has a real liking for smoking halfling pipe weed. And he's got his pipe in his mouth as he sits there. He speaks. 5 of you get in there, and you're accompanied. Each one of you guys is accompanied by a member of the police force of Cordrand. They're all military police. And by the time the last of you enters the room, the Captain General looks over at the military policeman. Make sure that we have some sort of privacy. This matter that we're going to discuss is of utmost secrecy, please. The man nods. He leaves, closes the door behind him. His daughter looks up at him. She's like, "Daddy, should I leave too?" And he looks at her and just kind of smiles, shakes his head. He looks over at Daisuke and kind of gives a little bit of a smile and says, "No, that's quite all right." He goes, "You can be here." He smiles over at Daisuke and says, "You'd probably know everything I'm going to say anyway, and you'd probably be the littlest spy in the army." He kind of picks her up a little bit and puts her over on his desk. He sits over on the front of his desk and addresses the 5 of you. Gentlemen, thank you very much for being present here at the meeting. In the last 48 hours, we've had a very important matter arise that's going to need your attention. This matter is of utmost secrecy. We're going to have to keep it between ourselves. It's why I've called all of you here, because you 5, with anyone in our military, I know I can trust. He looks at the 5 of you. Because it's true that perhaps we have more powerful agents or more experienced agents, but that doesn't buy me a lot when it comes to trust. That's most important to me. So, he sighs a bit. 48 hours ago, in the Cordrand Pass, deeper towards Nyrond, behind us, a fortress appeared suddenly, out of nowhere, in the middle of the pass, right next to the river. It just sprung up out of the middle of nowhere. He looks at the 5 of you, sweeping his eyes back and forth. It's a 2-towered fortress, and it is being currently maintained by a man who calls himself simply the Bandit King. Now, We've had several, as you know, importance of our strategic location here. We've had several wagon trains coming and going up and down the river, and he kind of sits off of his table and leans over at his table and points down at it. And as you can see on your map over there, where the compass rose is and that red dot, you'll see a little bit of a dotted line there. Because that's the river, because that's the road that leads up north from Cordron, for those of you who haven't been here. It's close to the river because a lot of times for the heavier loads, we'll have mules and we'll have horses pulling flat-bottom barges along it to get us different supplies. This bandit king has demanded a toll from everyone that passes by, and he's enforced this very, very aggressively. We've lost 4 wagon trains in the last 48 hours to this bandit king. The people that have come up and down the river, only 2 of them have been willing to part with their goods by way of peaceably. The other ones, he says, they fought. One of them was completely destroyed, and the other one was scattered to the wind like chaff. We know that there are several bandits in his employ. We know that there are at least some of his men that are of orcish nature. Apparently, probably most importantly to you, I believe there is a hill giant in his employ. Needless to say, when it comes to mere merchants, when it comes to men like that, they stand no chance, even if they have hired magi with them. You're a different story. Now, 24 hours ago, we responded to this threat. As you may or may not have noticed, I marshaled a small force of men, 30 men strong, and sent them to this fortress to lay siege to it. They did not return. Divination has proven from our clerics, divination has proven that they were slain to a man. Clearly this requires a different tack. One of the reasons I have called all of you to me is because many of you have abilities that are not conventional when it comes to the military. You also have the ability to work as a small group, that it can work from stealth. I suspect that perhaps a frontal assault may be impossible here. You see, divination, again, has revealed that siege was laid to the towers, but the towers proved completely invulnerable to attack. Now, you may find differently when you arrive there. Certainly, I'm not one to tell you how to approach this mission. He looks across the 5 of you, but kind of ruffles his daughter's hair. Any of you who are military men, he looks over at Ramza, looks over at Kildy in particular. You realize the danger that this places us in, because with our supply line cut, food, he looks around, we are in a fortress, city fortress. This isn't going to work. Our people will starve. We won't be able to resupply weaponry, needed equipment. Our days are numbered, certainly, if we can't replenish our goods. Hey, thanks, Papa D. We appreciate it, man. I can't overestimate the importance of this, therefore. You have to succeed. If not, I do not know what will come of Cordron, Alamor, or even Nyrond. We haven't been able to send forth any kind of word north to the kingdom, to Nyrond, to get reinforcements. Again, the way is cut off. You can see our dilemma. So, he looks across the bunch of you. I want to send the 5 of you northward. Find out what you can about the towers. Kill the bandit king if possible. Scatter his men if possible. But more than that, I want you to neutralize the threat. However you are able to do that, I care little. Looks across the bunch of you. The most important thing to the mission is the men and women inside this installation are safe. But the second most important thing to this mission is that you 5 are safe. I don't call you 5 to me carelessly, you see. Kind of takes another smoke off of his pipe weed. All 5 of you are important to me. You're special to me in some way, form, or fashion. You're almost, after a fashion, like children. I'm not expending your lives uselessly. That's not going to happen. If you find out that you can't do this, if you think that you'll be slaughtered, if you think that this mission is too dangerous, I want you to pull back, and we'll regroup, and we'll come up with a secondary plan. But before I send you forth on this, I have to have your word that, at the very least, you'll listen to that last piece of advice. This isn't a suicide mission, friends. He looks across the 5 of you. Looks for nods of agreement.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll make
All
sure.
about.
Sure. Yep.
I'm gonna look at Matt in particular and remind him it's not. Ramza in particular, and remind him it's not a suicide mission. And
My prophecy has already been told.
He nods. He says, "There's a funny thing about prophecy, my friend Ramza." He says that it's the God's will to create it, but it's man's to interpret it. What you think might be your prophecy, you may be completely misinterpreting it. Keep that in mind, my friend. He nods. Daisuke? Daisuke? The little girl is over by you. She kind of pulls at she's been pulling a little bit at the bottom of your robes.
I'm embarrassed because there's all these other high-ranking officials here. I'll blush, give her a little head rub.
The Captain General just kind of smokes. He kind of chuckles. He looks down at her. I made you this. And she holds up this little doll, little rag doll.
This is wonderful.
It looks terrible. I mean, it looks like she made. I mean, she looks like she cut it out of sackcloth and drew a smiley face on it. It looks more like a limp, wet gingerbread cookie than anything.
Awesome.
She goes, "This is Polly Pureheart, and she'll keep you safe on your mission."
I will treasure her, and then I'll tuck it into my robes.
She smiles and she sits back down. And Celian, at the back of the room, Svetlana is curled up into a ball and is beginning to snore kind of loud. Svetlana is not much for these meetings, but she is being your animal companion. She's now familiar enough with being indoors that she's not completely spooked by it. There were some rough moments when you were first getting her to do that. Some very scared guardsmen, but all right, gentlemen. With that being said, he looks at your group. Now that you have your talisman of good luck, he kind of smiles at Daisuke. Raises his voice a little bit so you can hear him over Svetlana's snoring. I'm going to avail you of our armory. If you happen to need any last-minute equipment, if you need, now that I've explained to you the mission at hand, and this would be a good time for you to ask me questions, things that perhaps I have neglected to mention, pieces of intelligence that you think might be important. Looks across the room.
General Ozerman.
Yeah.
Did you say there's only one hill giant?
As far as I know, yes. Now,
That's a shame.
that's the only one that the group that returned was able to see. Whether he's aligned with a clan, whether he's got siblings, whether it's a mate, who can say? I will say this, though. The tower, as it was described to me, is slightly over 35 feet tall, both of the towers. That implies that the hill giant is not living inside of them. The door being only 10 feet tall, it might be very cramped for one such as he. Now, I'm not ruling it out. Who knows what sort of magic they're using inside, but it may be more likely that he lives in some sort of other structure around there. It's something for you to consider. Any other questions?
Not here.
Can I get a crowbar?
I knew you were.
He looks at you, Quildy, a little bit quizzically. He says, Quildy, I have a question of my own. Why is it that at the beginning of every event, of every mission I send you on, you ask for a crowbar? And what do you do with all the old crowbars we give you?
You never know when you're going to need a crowbar. You stop a door with them sometimes. You open doors with them sometimes. You never know.
Daddy, I think you should give Quildy a crowbar. Well then, sweetie, I suppose Quildy will have his crowbar.
Thank you.
Smiles. Looks at the rest of you. When he is in the middle of giving you your briefing, it is about 8 o'clock in the morning. All right. He looks at the bunch of you. He says it will take you about 3 hours to traverse the Quadrant Pass northward. The timing at which you leave falls to you to decide. He looks over at Ramza, kind of glances over at him. I would suspect that you're going under cover of night, but what you choose to do falls to your own personal decisions. Also, before you leave, it's important to establish a chain of command. Which one of you will be the leader of this mission? And at this point, as a DM, I'm going to ask, in first edition, for those of you guys out there who aren't watching it or are players in this, there's a position within the party called a caller. And that is the person that the DM, when he's talking in general about the party, I will be referring to the caller back and forth. So for when I ask for things like a marching order or things like that, obviously you can come to consensus between yourselves, but I'll be addressing the caller directly. Which one of you is going to be the party leader and thus the caller?
I'm going to like Ramza.
Yeah, same. He seems like the military dude.
Mr. Experienced.
Ramza? Very well then.
I'll
Marshal your men. I will, he looks down at his daughter. He goes, the two of us will be leaving here shortly. And you may discuss among yourselves how you want to approach the mission if you have no other questions of me.
I think that would be all,
He nods.
Captain General Osterman. Thank you.
He nods, and he says, may the blessings of Hieronius be with you. Turns around and walks
They always are.
Walks out of the room, closes the door behind him. His daughter still stays. She's sitting there, just sitting on the. She sits behind the desk. She's barely tall enough to look over the flat of the wood. Okay, Ben, this is what I want you to do. You're gonna go in. She kind of starts to giggle a little bit. She's kind of just waiting for you guys to talk, looking at the bunch of you, like waiting to hear what you're gonna say.
How is everybody traveling at night?
I'm okay with it. I've got infravision, so
Yeah.
That sounds ideal.
Yeah, no problems with traveling at night.
do we know if there's any other way other than the front door into the tower? Was that information given?
No, it seems to you that knowing the land the way you guys do, the way to the tower, you can either choose to go on the north side of the river or the south side of the river. The south side of the river has a trail, where the north side does not. That's the only difference.
And the bandit king is placed along the trail, yes?
Yes, he is. Where along the trail seems inconclusive at this point.
Did General Osterman give us a map?
He does give you a map. General Osborne gives you a map.
Can we look at it?
Of course you may. And the map will look just like this.
Are you pulling it up on Twitch?
No, I'm pulling up on Twitch as we speak. Oop. Map looks a little like this. Now, as you can see on the map, when it eventually comes up, and I'm resizing right now on the screen for your convenience. There you go. Okay. You can see that the road goes northward and follows the bend of the river, and it eventually goes somewhat near past these two towers. All right. It continues on. What you're seeing over the above the letter C in Cordron, the capital C, that's clouds, cloud cover there. The rest of the trail goes vaguely westward before reaching a bridge. You can see that there are three primary structures on your map. The two towers. To the south of that, you can see another building, another structure. And to the immediate east of the two towers across the river, you can see another building where another trail begins and ends. Now, Ancelian and Kildy, both of you being rangers and druids, not respectively, that north road that you see there, that path, should not be there. That is a new development in the last 24 hours.
Oh. Interesting.
So, it seems to you that it is possible that what they're doing is they're consolidating and they're making themselves something like a garrison in and of themselves within the area. And I will go ahead and I will return the map to its normal size if you guys are done seeing it. Okay.
Yeah. How far away is the structure to the south of the towers?
The structure to the south of the tower, from the tower, is probably about 10 minutes away.
Oh, okay, so it's pretty...
Yeah, it's not far away at all.
I wouldn't be surprised if that's where the hill giant might be hiding.
It's hard to tell on your map because the map is just, as you can see, it's been hand drawn. It's hard to tell scale.
Yeah, but I feel like it's close enough that it could come in the flank and do some decent damage by the time it gets there.
Yeah.
By
the way, Lord Grindelwolf, thank you so much for your kind words. That is one of my first forays into Incarnate. Go ahead.
Is everything close enough that we could do like quick scouting of each area? And
it seems like it would be all within about 10 minutes of each other, so yeah. You think so?
Okay.
Hard to say, though.
Because I think getting our own eyes on this would be best of each place before we try and do anything.
Yeah.
Yeah. Agreed.
All right, so when will you guys, what time of the evening will you leave Cordron?
How far away is the path closest to the one structure?
The path closest to which structure? The two towers or the bottom, the southmost?
The bottom structure.
The bottom, the path probably goes about maybe
from
7 to 8 minutes away from it.
No, but from us, like that.
From you, it's about 3 hours away.
Okay, I say we leave about 3 hours before sunset.
Okay.
So
Makes
that we're
sense.
kind of there.
I was going to say
Make the most of the night.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So your group begins down the trail, and I will go ahead. I will take you down the trail based on the map there. Your player characters, as you can see, your dot is moving down the trail. You arrive at dusk, right about where I have right now. Okay. Now I am assuming that you left Cordron down the road, and but I also assume at this point, based on your conversation, that you're going to be taking steps to be stealthy. So, Matthew, what steps is the party going to take to be stealthy?
I feel like the party's going to be stealthy, and I'm not.
Okay, so you're riding your mount down the.
Yeah, we may as well just lean into it, right? You can go down hoity-toity night in the middle of the road, and we can be the unseen backup.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're on top of Widow. For those of you guys out there, Widow is a beautiful jet black heavy warhorse that serves as Ramza's mount that he's had for a very, very long time. Some of you, Ancelian and Kildy, every once in a while, you guys have hung around Widow enough to know that this horse is weird. It doesn't act like a normal horse. It seems to like to sneak up on people and just kind of like sniff at them, and it seems really kind of different than most horses. It just gives a different vibe to you. And Celian in particular, you're experienced enough with animals to know this isn't a normal war horse at all. There's something really odd about it. And the first way that you realize that something was weird about Widow is the way that she kind of lashes with her tail when there's flies and stuff nearby. She lashes with her tail, but she doesn't like take them out of the air. It kind of envelops the fly. And you just never see the fly again. Very strange behavior.
Very strange.
So anyway, the other thing I want to know, Ancelian, about you in particular, is how are you going to travel with Svetlana, or are you going to travel with Svetlana? Are you going to have her just an open, or are you going to do something different with her?
Yeah, we'll be, on foot, and we stick together for sure. Kind of flanking, I suppose.
Okay, and finally, Kaylin, in what form are you going to travel?
I was just about to ask the party that. If it makes sense, speaking to Ramza, should I go ahead in my animal form, or would you like me to stay with the party in my human form?
Ramza? Mr. Ramza?
Yes.
Let him do the trick.
Is she with us?
Yeah, no, she's just sitting before you guys even leave. Because he's saying what I've assumed that this was going to happen before before you started traveling.
Yeah. What are you again? Flying fox?
Yeah.
How big are flying foxes?
He has 3 choices. A flying fox can either be about a foot tall, actually as much as 2.5 to 3 foot tall bat, a fruit bat, or he can take kind of an anthropomorphic flying fox form, which, as you can see on his token down there, is what I've chosen. The internet did not fail me, and I managed to find an anthropomorphic flying fox to use as Dice K. Don't ask me, please, what other kind of images I found on that website, but
That's very good.
but anyway, Dice K, you can either be human, which is which is your Easterner form, or your Westerner form, I should say, or you could have one of your animal forms. Which of the 3 will you choose? And for those of you guys who are watching, he's playing a Henja Yokai from the Oriental Adventures rules.
Now, if I may, how would... Because when he's in animal form, he doesn't have his gear, right?
Right.
No.
Now, what if I carried his gear on my horse as well as him in animal form?
Could do that if Dice K would like that.
Yeah, that works for me.
Because, I have a pretty good perception in the dark, and I don't get surprised easy.
Mm-hmm.
So,
yeah.
Okay.
We could take the front line, and the other 3 could take the rear.
I want to know... Okay, that's exactly what I wanted to know. Okay, so you're going down the middle of the road, Ramza, like nothing's bothering you. You've got this flying fox, kind of, I would imagine, sitting, maybe even hanging upside down from your banner that you have, that you carry.
Yeah.
Because that's the most comfortable for a flying fox position. I want to know where everybody else is situated with regard to the party. Okay, so you're in the middle of the road. Is anybody scouting ahead, and at what distance?
I can probably scout ahead. I like to try and keep everybody within that 25-foot range from my point blank, just in case they get engaged.
Okay, you're 25 feet ahead, Kildy. Ancelian, where are you with respect to Ramza and Dice K? And where are you and Svetlana, I should say?
Probably do the same thing kind of for the flank, looking out behind us, where he's got the front, so...
And Kale. Now, Kale, you're a bit different of a character than the other guys, okay? You also have infravision. For those of you out there who are watching, Kale's a half-orc. He's a monk. Kale, you have the infravision, but your particular perceptions that you have. you can kind of sense things around you a little bit based on that. It gives you a little bit of a feeling about maybe things that aren't really evident to other people. So, for example, you could tell that the Henjakoya, that something is weird about the bat. You could tell something's weird about Ramses' horse, but what it is, you really couldn't tell. Where are you going to be based on the rest of your group?
I'm thinking kind of like maybe off to the side of the road, because we've got one person in front and one person in back. So I'm thinking if I take up a flank, that way I can kind of see forward and see back.
Okay, about what distance then are you going to flank the party?
I think like just off the road. Like, so is this more of like a forested road, or is this?
No, it's overland. It's over plains. It's over.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Then I think, maybe just like 10, 15 feet off the road.
Okay.
Just enough that I'm kind of like.
Okay, you're all
in
within,
maybe some of the tall grass and shrub and stuff.
Basically, you're all within fireball radius. Okay, it's just good to know. Anyway, so you guys begin to continue down the road. As you continue down the road, where you are on the map right now on your spot, Kildy and Ancelian, your whole group is aware of the fact that the grasslands here, a lot of it looks like have been burned. Some of the rushes that grow up along the riverbanks have been burned. Kildy and Ancelian, thanks to your awareness of nature and your background with these things, it's clear to you that this has been done in order to get fewer and fewer hiding spots. This is a military move.
Right.
So as you guys continue down the pathway, you're going to go directly to the tower, or once you get to let me move the map around a little bit for your use.
Now, Nick, can you fight in darkness?
Nick,
I mean, I can see in darkness.
Not only can Nick see in darkness, but Nick, your background, this is a good example of how first edition works right over here. It gives me a good opportunity to explain that. Nick's background is such that you grew up in darkness, man. Darkness is if you could fight blindfolded just as well as you could.
I was born in it.
Perfect.
Molded by it.
Yeah, that's not a big deal to you. Now, as your group gets closer and closer towards I'm going to stop you right about here, all right? Because about here, you're now within range where you can see visually on the horizon. You're probably about maybe a solid 3 miles away from the...
I think we want to investigate the self-structure before moving to the tower so that we don't have anything coming up our flank.
Kildy and Ancelian, I would like you both to roll me a 6-sider.
Can I also, while we're traveling, have an arrow knocked?
Of course you can. Of course you can.
Yeah, me too.
I rolled a 6.
Okay, Kildy. Ancelian?
2.
2, okay. Kildy, for a half a second, you think you saw something on top of one of the towers, the closer towers. I mean, you're an elf. Your eyesight is quite excellent. And also being a ranger, you're used to these scouting missions. There's something you could have sworn you saw flying up there that landed back on top of the roof of one of these two towers. It was just there for a second and then...
Not the south one here, right?
What's that?
The 2 towers up here, not the south one down here?
Not the south one, the 2 towers ahead. Because they're so big right now and they're jutting up over the horizon, it's easier to see shadows, even in the darkness. You thought you saw a silhouette of something, it kind of moved around a bit, and then it kind of like settled back down. Whatever it was not insubstantial in size.
Yeah.
We're not talking about a hawk, we're not talking about an eagle, we're talking about something bigger. Okay.
Yeah, I'll just let everybody else know.
Okay.
What I kind of thought, yeah.
All right. Your party begins to head along the path further, and you're going to go southward. Are you going to go down the road, or are you going to cut overland to this path?
cut overland.
Okay.
Kale, can you communicate telepathically?
He cannot.
Oh, yeah, that's what I thought. Okay.
Okay.
That is something that Silence could do and did do
Right.
during your training, but you have not quite advanced to such a stage yet.
Not something I could figure out about it.
Yeah. Okay, so your group continues on further towards this structure. Night has fallen. It's dark, okay? Now, for those of you who are human, which is none of you, actually. No, none of you. None of you. So I'm not worried about it. Okay, you guys can all see the infravision in D&D First Edition. You can see heat signature, okay? You can see the outlines of things with warmth. For example, in some of the higher grass, you can see a rabbit jump around occasionally. You can see in the air, you'll see a bat moving around here and there. Dice K, you can actually understand what they're saying, these bats.
Okay.
And they argue a lot. They argue a lot about food and mating and things like that. But they don't really seem like they're perturbed. You hear one as one goes by. Did you see the size of that one? Yeah, he's a stranger. Leave him alone. You hear what was some of the bats say.
Okay.
And Celian, Svetlana is kind of low to the ground, kind of loping along next to you. Her sense of smell is such that you can tell that bears have a great sense of smell. They can smell things at miles of distance. And as you are where you are on the red spot, she looks a little perturbed. Like something's bothering her. Continue on southward?
I would like to, with all these bats chittering around, I'd like to ask them about what's kind of going on in the area. You know, big creatures, things like that. If there's anything
Ramza, your banner all of a sudden flutters at the bottom, and Dice K takes off into the sky. You guys all could see the shadow of this big fruit bat take off, this flying fox into the air. Are you going to hold your position until he comes back, or are you guys going to continue onward?
I'm going to slow pace.
Okay, you guys slow pace. Dice K, you're in the air, and you're talking to these bats. And communication with flying creatures while you're flying is a little inconsistent, because you just get these things in passing a lot. It's like, you get a lot of this. Stay away, I don't have anything you want. Get away, I don't have anything you want. Get away, I don't have anything you're so big that they're a little bit frightened.
Totally.
Yeah, stay away from my moths. You know, that kind of thing. That kind of thing. But I need you to roll me a 6-sider.
Yep. 1.
One thing that you do notice is that the bats, as you go forward, seem to be they swarm in the air at a distance of probably about 2 miles ahead. They're obviously drawn by insects there.
Mm-hmm.
Kalen, you're an experienced enough scout, an experienced enough military man that you've seen this before. For those of you guys who are watching on our audience out there, these are not first-level characters, so you will be hearing me give them a lot of information that they have gained from experience as being in the military before, things that they would reasonably know. You have seen that bats act this way, fellow bats act this way when they are around fire. And the reason being is because insects are gathered to the flames. So what they will do is they will fly around above the fire, outside of the smoke envelope, and they will pick them off when they can. So you suspect that, number one, there's a fire ahead, and number two, that's probably what Svetlana was responding to.
Okay.
Okay, Kaylin, what will you do? They didn't give you any really useful information. Nobody wants any. None of these other bats want anything to do with you.
It seems like it's a dead end. I'm just gonna head back, but while I'm heading back, I'm just gonna check around the area with my sight, just see anything with the infravision, anything flanking us, things like that.
Well, interestingly enough, as you go forward, you're flying around. You really don't see anything, but that's because you're a bat. Now your echolocation is a different story.
Okay.
And what you feel in the air is that the air it's cool as it rushes through your fur. It's very fresh. The wind is blowing from the west to the east at about maybe 5 miles an hour.
Okay.
Rain is probably coming at some point, but it'll probably hold off for about 2 or 3 hours still. There is a structure to your south as you get closer to it. The one on the map, you can sense it. There's definitely a fire ahead of it, probably somewhere about maybe 50 feet in front of it. There are things out in front of it, this structure.
Okay. Okay.
Moving things. Are you going to get close enough to see what they are?
Yeah, I think so. I think I'll maintain a high enough distance.
Kaylin, you go ahead and you're flitting around in the darkness, and because you're so high, your echolocation, that echolocation is it's distant but not super distant. They look man-shaped, but they're with something else that's smaller. Dogs, wolves, hard to say.
Okay. Okay. Do I have a number?
You're thinking, unless somebody's being really still or dead, 3 humans, and you're thinking 2 dogs?
Okay.
Seems about right to you.
Okay. Okay. If that's the information that I can kind of gather from our surroundings, I'll just head back to where I believe the party to be.
Okay. Dice K, you come back. The party has not moved too much farther ahead. They're probably another couple hundred, maybe 300-400 feet further down the way. And you return back, and you end up clinging to the bottom of Ramza's banner. Now, remember, as a Henji yokai, you cannot change form back and forth innumerable times per day.
Yes, sir.
You have 4 changes.
Yep.
So, if you want to communicate with these guys at this point in time, you may, but you'll have to turn back into a human to do so. Or you might be able to communicate to Ancelian, who is a druid, just by bat behavior.
Okay. Is that something I can do?
You can give it a try.
Okay. Yeah, I'll attempt to communicate to him.
Ancelian, you're walking and with the party ahead, and the bat, who you know to be Dice K, ends up landing on your staff sling, kind of hanging from the sling part of it. It's looking at you. It seems to want to try and communicate with you. I need you to roll me a percentage dice.
All right. Can you speak with animals yet, Nick?
If he wants to cast a spell.
38.
What are you going to say to him, Kaylin?
It'll rain tonight. There's a fire ahead. 3 guys, 2 animals. 3 humanoids, 2 animals. Potentially dogs.
You get this much out of it. You get the idea that he flew ahead and scouted, and he saw stuff, and you got dogs out of it.
Dogs.
Dogs.
Got it. Very helpful.
Kaylin, you are hanging further from the staff sling. Looking up at you from underneath is this 800-pound brown bear. And she's kind of looking at you with this glare in her eyes. Something about Svetlana. She doesn't like people getting real close to Ancelian. A lot of the guys make jokes about Ancelian behind his back, about Svetlana, about how she thinks that's her boyfriend. Okay? But nobody ever says it to his face. That was Svetlana there.
I've never heard about it.
Yeah, you've never heard this before. the people know better than to say that. But Svetlana's giving you that eye right now, Dice K, like, what are you doing this close?
I have no clue.
Yeah, I'm not willing to tussle with an 800-pound bear. I've relayed my message. I'm getting out of there. I'm going back.
Okay, you fly off and you land back on Ramses' banner, and Svetlana just kind of snorts while she walks with you. Almost gives you that self-satisfaction of like, yeah. That's what I said.
Yeah, I'll catch up to Ramza and share with him what I was able to glean from the bat communications.
Okay. Ramza, you've gotten that information. How much closer is the party going to go? And you are all in plain sight. Keep that in mind at this point.
Now, is the fire between the structure and the tower?
Yes, it is.
Can we get behind the structure?
You can circle the structure, yeah.
Yeah, I think. Is everybody okay with that? Does that seem like a all right plan? Okay. And then, because I'm going to assume there's humanoids there. Quick question.
Sure.
Now, if you cast darkness at nighttime, does it look like darkness was cast?
It depends on the skill of the magi in question, or in your particular case, since it's an innate ability, it will work flawlessly. Yes.
Tight.
If it was a magic user that was casting it, they would have to work at it. This is part of who you are, though. This is your birthright.
I am, but I can't fight in the darkness.
Not complete darkness.
Now, how well can Kato fight as a bat? Daisuke.
Incredibly well, because he's got echolocation. He suffers absolutely no penalties in darkness. He and Kale will fight without penalty in darkness.
Yeah, so I feel like dropping a globe and sending you two in, and the rest of us pick off the runaways.
Okay. Kildy, I need you to roll me a percentage die.
Yeah. 5.
Kildy, as you're walking up and you guys are circling this structure, you're beginning to notice footprints up in tracks that are going up and down the road. Now, that's not too unusual. I mean, that's what roads are for. But there's a lot of foot traffic that comes and goes from the structure to the road that seems to you indicative of scouting. So you are aware right now that this place isn't static. These guys are probably moving around there scouting at times, and it's something you need to be aware of.
Okay, I'm going to for sure relay that to everybody else. Do I have my Silverhound with me?
Do you have what?
The Silverhound with me?
Yes.
Okay. The wind was blowing east to west or west to east?
It is.
East to west. And we're on the east side now, yes?
That is correct.
Okay. So that means we're downwind from the tower. Okay.
And I had actually forgotten about Estelia until you just mentioned it, so thank you very much for reminding me of her.
Yes.
Kalen is with his Silverhound, Estelia. A Silverhound, for those of you who have any background in World of Greyhawk, is a particular breed of war dog that's bred in the free city of Greyhawk by the family called the Silver Fox family. They're very rare out in this area, but they're known as being very intelligent, very brave, and very loyal. Kildy, she kind of looks like a really muscular greyhound. And as you guys have been walking, she's a sight hound, so she's been real low to the ground. Her eyes are darting back and forth, looking for things.
Okay, that was also my other question. Is she more of a smeller or sight?
Nah, she's a sight hound.
Okay. Can I kind of get her running kind of back and forth between the front and back of the group, trying
Sure.
Just kind of as an extra scout, yeah.
Okay, you're running back. She's kind of making a path, and she loves to run. She's like a greyhound. She loves to run. Yeah. So this is good times for Estelia. She likes this. So she's running back and forth, doing whatever, and you guys are making your passage around this structure. You're going to try and completely go around behind it, yes? Is that what I'm to understand?
Well, we want to... Well, where's the fire?
The fire was in front of it, according to Kalen. You have not gotten close enough to see it, the rest of you, though.
Oh, the fire was closer to the tower or the structure?
It was closer. The fire is positioned in between the towers and the structure, about maybe 50 feet in front of the structure.
Okay. I was thinking, yeah, that's fine.
Okay, so you guys are going to circle the tower. You wanted a different move?
I was thinking going behind it from the other side, but circling the structure is just as well, because then we see more.
Between Kale and Kildy, who are both their movement ability is superior to everyone in the party. And at this point, it's a good time for me to mention something about Kale. There is nothing in this party that is faster than him, except for including the Sighthound and including your horse. When Kale runs, if you remember how I was referring to one of our friends before the game, he's a little like that, in that he moves in a way that he seems like it's just this effortless motion, but yet he's moving 10 times faster than everyone else. It's really something to see. You guys remember the day that he first came from the west to the group, and there was a lot of question among the men whether they would like a half orc in the army at Cordrend, and he put 8 guys on their back in about maybe 2 minutes flat. And after that, nobody really has had a problem with him being in the army. But the way he moves, all of you guys are well aware that he's something to see. So in any case, Kale and Kildy, you guys are kind of running interdiction around the group. How close are you going to approach the structure before you while you stay in this formation, or are you guys going to go all the way up to it?
Well, do we see any movement or hear anything towards the structure?
Yes, you do. As you get closer to the structure, the first thing that you are aware of is there are candle lights in windows within the structure. The structure is clearly only 1 story. However, it's like a 1-story area, maybe about 60, 70 feet wide, just as deep. But right next to it is something that looks like a barn silo that's about maybe solid 50 feet tall, maybe 70 foot around. It's square, not like a silo, but it's very like a grain silo, but it's very, very large. This is the exact kind of place where a hill giant would hide, or would be kept.
I'll walk information have.
What's that, Kildy?
I have a question about those tracks. Do I know how fresh they were?
Yeah. Why don't you roll me a percentage die?
97.
97. Okay. Kildy, it seems like these tracks are recent, within like the hour. However, as you start getting behind this place, they don't frequently go back here. You get the impression that you feel real good. You feel really good about it. However, something else strikes you. You look behind you, and you see bear tracks, horse tracks. If these guys have a ranger, you're screwed. It just occurred to you. As you look back behind you, you're like, oh no.
Yeah. I was also thinking about that too, with how much stuff we got with us.
Also, something else occurs to you. Right now, you are currently, because the wind is heading from the west to the east,
Yeah.
at that low rate, your scents are not being carried into the building. But if there's dogs there, when you get within about 100 feet of it, because of the prevailing winds, you think they'll know you're there.
Yeah. That's also something I was going to ask with the wind is.
Right. As a ranger, this is all stuff that just jumps right out at you.
Okay. Again, something I'm going to let the group know.
Okay. And thanks, Papa D. I really appreciate that. It's very kind of you to say. Okay, so you tell the rest of the group that. Caller Ramza, how close is the party going to draw now that you have this information at hand?
Do we want to take this place out and then move forward?
And Celian, while he asks you that question, Svetlana looks agitated again, and she's interposed herself between you and the building.
Okay.
Not a good sign.
I asked Svetlana's bothered by something.
Yeah, she looks really agitated. Like there's a little bit of a growl at the edge of at the back of her throat, which for all of you, and Dice K especially you, it's like the friggin' world's about to end with your echolocation. It's like the apocalypse here, the shaking that is created by this 800-pound bear. And for those of you who have never seen a brown bear up close and personal, when she gets up on her back legs, she's going to be a solid 12 to 13 feet tall. She's a big girl, okay? You guys can feel it in your chest, the kind of growl at the back of her throat. Kildy, Estelia is a little bit, she gets on the other side of you. When the bear is doing that, and Ramza, your horse, seems a little skittish.
Can I cast Clairvoyant
Of course you can.
on the structure and everything?
Yeah, how close do you want to be?
How close are we?
Oh, you're probably about, you figure 500 to 700 feet away from it.
That's fine.
Are you going to cast it?
Yeah.
Okay. Ramza, you guys see him, you kind of put his head down a little bit and close his eyes. Looks up, opens his eyes, and his eyes are totally black. Ramza, you are now standing at a place about maybe 50 to 70 feet ahead of you. That is the range of your clairvoyance.
Ah. Okay.
Now, if you were to get off your horse or you were to ride your horse closer to it, you could easily see through the walls of the place like this.
I know. I just read it. Yeah, I'll do that.
Okay. Are you going to walk on Widow, or are you going to go by yourself?
With Widow.
Okay. Are you going to tell the rest of the group to stay behind, or are you going alone? I mean, are you going alone, or are you going to tell the rest of the group to come with you?
To keep a distance, but follow.
Okay.
About 30 yards.
All right. I'm going to nominate of the bunch of you the character with the second highest intelligence behind Ramza, which would be, I think that would be Kildy, but I want to make sure. No, that would be Daisuke by far. Daisuke, are you going to be on the bottom of his banner still as they go forward?
I had a question. Do I keep my echolocation in my bipedal form?
Yes, you do.
Okay, so before he trots off, I'm going to change to my bipedal form, and I'll slink off the horse, get changed, and then I'll follow with the rest of the party.
Okay. All of you watch Daisuke get off the banner. And as he lands, for those of you guys who don't know anything about bats can't fly once they hit the ground. They need to take off of something. I don't know if you guys knew that or not, but because their wings just flap up against the ground. Funny thing about bats, but so when Daisuke does this, you immediately know that there's something happening, and you watch his body. And Ancelian, you've seen this before in nature. Some high-level druids have this ability. You watch as his body begins to morph and change. His bones, you can hear them actually snap as they mold into different positions. The muscle tears and re-knits. You see the skin pull and change as his whole body starts to expand upward out of that little tiny bat-like form into this bipedal form. All of his fingers are these long digits connecting wing together. He's got the bat ears and the short, stubby nose. Fur, that dark brown fur all over him, kind of looking around, his eyes as dead jet black in the darkness. Starts to get it's a pretty unusual experience watching it firsthand, watching somebody's body transform like that. You guys have at least seen it enough before that you're not totally wigged out by it, but you can see how people would get urban legends and things like that about creatures that clearly don't exist, like vampires and things like that. But so he the whole change takes about 30 seconds until he's back into the bipedal form of this bat. Meanwhile, Ramza is going forward, and the rest of you guys are holding back. The highest intelligence in this group is Kildy, besides Ramza, or excuse me, Daisuke. Daisuke, so I'm going to, while Ramza's kind of on his own ahead of the group, I'm going to make you secondary caller. How far back are you going to be from Ramza as he goes forward?
30, 35 feet.
30, 35 feet, okay. 30, 35 feet ahead. Start to crawl your way, Ramza, on Widow. Widow has that way of walking where she just kind of creeps forward and Sully, and in that weird way her feet almost seem like they just barely touch the ground, like she's a phantom almost, as she crawls spider-like forward. Gets really low to the ground almost. It's like it's got to be uncomfortable for a horse to walk like this, you think to yourself, but soon enough, Ramza, you're about 30 feet away from the back of the window of the structure. And as we do that, I'm going to pull up a map.
Aha!
What was that for, Matt?
We got a new map.
You got a new
Okay.
map. This is the your 4-man group right over here, right? And we are going to put you right here. Okay. Ramza, move you to the back of the group. Kalen, or Stetson, I should say. Kalen, Nick, and lastly, Ian. Okay. You are at the back edge of this area, all right? By doing this, let me move us down just a little bit more so you can see it. Perfect. Okay. You see 2 windows at the back of this structure, all right?
Yeah.
That is where you are. You're about 70 feet away from it. You can see your icon now actually on the screen. I've moved you finally onto that. These 2 things over here, where my cursor is hanging over, are windows. They're those little voids that are in the back wall, where this is a door, actually. All right? This one in between them is a door.
I don't know if it loaded all the way through.
It will. Give it just a second. Oh no, it didn't load all the way through. There's stuff that's hidden there that you can't see.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I understand. Yeah.
Yeah. This is called Fog of War, my friend.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, as you look through this thing ahead of yourself, you're looking in through that back window, and or you can clearly see through the back window if you wish to. Would you want to do that?
Like walk up and see through it.
Yes, or you got to stay far enough that you can only look through clairvoyance. That will help you if nobody can see in the dark. That'll help you kind of hide from the.
Yeah, I'll move closer. I'll enough to kind of do both.
Okay. All right, you're close enough to see both, and this is what you see in the room as you look through there. And yes, I am imminently prepared for you guys. Okay. You can see through the back window. There are 2 people in a 20 by 20 room. Okay. In the northwest corner of this room, by your reckoning, looking at this at the map, the northwest corner of the room, you can see a bed there. There is an end table next to it. Across the room from where you were standing looking through the window, and I'm going to move you in front of the window now too, Ramza, so that we can get a hold of where you are. Okay, right there in front of the window, but you're a little bit further back. Okay. There's a bookcase that's over there. There are 2 exits from the room. One leads to the east and one leads to the south. Sitting in bed, laying there, actually not sitting there, there's a woman that's sitting in the bed. She's probably about maybe 5'10". She's wearing dark scale armor. She looks like she's adjusting a bowstring. She's working out a bow right there. And at her feet, curled up kind of in a ball a little bit, is a wolf. And the wolf looks like it's snoring. She's sitting there playing with the bow a little bit. Restringing it, looks like she's humming a song to herself. Looking through the window, she's got kind of dusky skin. She's really pretty, actually. But she's got this long scar that starts at the temple and kind of moves all the way to the corner of her mouth. You can see when she turns into a certain way. The scar is kind of like a silvery color, almost. She's sitting in there, kind of just messing around with her bow. All of a sudden, you see in there the wolf's eyes open up. Starts to kind of look around a little bit. See her laying down, and you're out of earshot, so you can't hear what she says. You're just seeing lip movement at this part. She says something to it and starts petting it and gets up. The wolf stands up and starts walking around the room. What are you going to do?
I'm going to move. I'm going to slowly back away.
Okay. You're backing away towards the rest of the group.
Yeah.
Okay, you and Widow are backing away. All right, the last thing that you see with your clairvoyance is you see the wolf walk out of the room.
Into the other...
Yeah, it looked like it was walking into the main hallway behind the door area.
Okay. Cool.
Okay, what are you going to do? You're with the rest of the group now, and I'm going to move the rest of the group behind you now. So I'm just doing housekeeping. So go ahead and do what you're going to do.
Well, I don't want to beat her up. So if one of you guys want to beat her up, that'd be cool.
Gentlemanly of you.
Yeah, so gentlemanly, right?
Very chivalrous.
He is a cavalier after all, right?
I'm guessing that she's the ranger that was possibly a danger.
It could very well be. It could
if they just maybe hypothetically had a ranger.
Yeah, I feel like though if there's a bunch of dogs, it might be a whole scouting party of wolves and ranger-esque elves.
It could be. Now, all of you guys are aware of the fact that in this particular area, the elves kind of live to the south of the Cordron Pass. They're not really known to hang out here very often. So that's a point of reference for you. There used to be a forest that was a little bit to the west, the east of the Cordron Pass, but it burned down several years ago in Celian.
I've heard of it.
Yeah, you've heard of it before. So what are you guys gonna do? You're there outside the window, restringing the bow. Da 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 da. Mind your own business.
Do you guys think that they're bad, or do you think maybe they're trying to hunt the towers? That's a fetch. That's a far fetch,
One of our viewers just goes to Ramza. Ramza doesn't want to hog the glory. You guys go first.
This was supposed to be a scouting mission. Do we have enough information, or do we need more?
Oh, this was more than a scouting mission. This was a kill the bandit king mission.
Says the Dro.
Oh, I ain't here to spy on people.
Then what should we do?
Says the lawful good character.
Yeah. No, I came here to kill everyone.
Yeah.
Okay, Rams up. You're back with the party. Your caller. What's the group doing?
Well, do you guys have any thoughts?
I'm hesitant to bushwhack anybody that we haven't really figured out who they are.
But also...
Sorry, so go ahead.
That other group was 30 people, and they didn't come back. So I feel like there's no way these guys could be good guys.
Kale and Dice K, please roll me 6s.
Oh, all right.
Yikes. It's starting. We're talking too much.
A big old 5.
I rolled a 6.
Kale,
Yes.
For a second, just a second, you could have sworn you heard a thought. And the thought you heard is, it's cold as hell out here. What in the hell does she expect me to find?
Where did I hear that coming from?
You're not real sure. Like I said, you're not a telepath. Sometimes you just get these little snippets.
So when I hear a thought, is it like, does it, for when I'm perceiving it, does it sound like I literally hear it? Or
Yeah,
is
it literally
like
sounds like you heard it. But in this particular case, it came from out of nowhere. It was hard to tell where it came from.
I'm going to look around and like, you guys hear that?
Hear what?
Yeah, what?
I thought I just heard somebody talking. I'm going to look around, like...
You don't see anything at all, Kale.
I too will look. Yeah, I guess I'll scout. I'll look around too.
Are you staying in position, or are you guys going to actually move when
Staying
you're
in position.
Staying in position.
I mean, like
okay.
Somebody said they were looking for something.
Looking for us?
Oh, no, it sounded like it sounded like they were looking for something.
Kildy, suddenly, Estelia goes stiff and points. And she points towards the northwest corner of the structure.
Of this, like, okay, is there anything there right now?
You don't really see anything.
I'm gonna ask, can I talk to Ian's bear? Is it a woodland mammal?
It is not. It's a woodland. I forgot. There's a difference. I keep thinking. Gnomes in first edition had the ability to speak to burrowing mammals. Woodland mammal is wood elves. Yes, that is a woodland animal, and you can talk. Just about.
Can he sense it?
What are you gonna say?
I'm asking her if she can sense anything or smell anything off in that direction.
Svetlana the bear got her nickname because of the area that she is from. Svetlana the bear kind of speaks in a weird accent when she speaks a woodland animal to you. She's kind of got like a Russianish accent, and she says, "There are people around the corner.
Around the corner.
Coming too.
Outside.
I can't wait to
us that the person
I can't wait to eat some dog. This is going to be great. And Celian doesn't know it's coming, I think, but I'm going to bite the hell out of the first thing I see."
I'm gonna let the group know.
By the way, Kildy?
Yes.
Dana and Celian, he smells really good today.
And Celine, you smell really good today.
No.
By the way, when you guys watch Kildy do this, Kildy gets kind of down on one knee in front of Svetlana, which is normally a death sentence for most people. He gets down on one knee in front of the dog, in front of the bear, and he just makes these growling noises, and she growls back and kind of bares her teeth, and they just make eye contact. Okay, go ahead, Kildy.
So yeah, there's people around the corner, either waiting to ambush us or looking for something outside, as Kale had mentioned somebody said, but nobody heard. What do you want to do, Ramza? Your call.
Do we want to send Kale and Daisuke in there while we watch the flank? So, like, if we hit the south corner, and I can cast darkness on that corner so that they don't really know that they're walking into darkness to go around the corner while those guys go in, and then there'll be a little bit of commotion and people will come out the house and we'll take the flank.
Solid enough plan. You gonna do that?
Thoughts?
Sounds good. Do you want them dead or alive?
Dead?
Sorry, do we have a number on how many people are coming around? I missed that.
No.
No, but there's people. There's more than one, right?
Yeah.
People and dogs.
Okay.
Okay.
So it might be the people from you. Yeah, okay.
Our viewers like that move, Kildy. Speaking to the bear, by the way. Okay, so you Kale is going. I'm going to get this right now. Kale is moving towards the corner along with Daisuke.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Who is leading up the group in that case? Is Kildy going to go first, or is Daisuke or is Kale going to go first?
Me?
Daisuke, you want to go first?
Sure, let's do that.
I think that makes sense.
Okay.
And then
I'll try and stay quiet, kind of behind him.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why don't you roll me percentage dice then? While you're doing that, Kale, to remain quiet. Actually, roll me 2 sets of percentage die.
Okay, so first set is a 41. Second set is a 97.
Okay, you guys watch Kale kind of cling to the side of the house over by where the windows are, and he kind of seems to disappear into the shadows. Monks having the hide in shadows ability, having the move silently ability. And you're going to cast, you said, darkness on that corner area, right?
yeah.
Okay. As you do that, we will we'll zoom out the area a bit so you guys can see what's going on.
And just to make sure, I do still have an arrow knock, yes?
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. I'm sorry about that. I didn't give you that. Okay. As you get to the corner, this is what can be seen right now on the screen right over here. Daisuke, you have clear line of sight through your echolocation
Okay.
to this dude walking around the corner, a human-sized person. You can't see details through echolocation. All you can see is a man-sized guy. He's got a bow in his hand. He's got a sword at his side. He's kind of looking around. There's in front of him, about maybe 10 foot ahead, is a dog.
Okay.
And the dog starts to bark. Loud. Really loud. Starts to bark. Easy, buddy. What do you see? What do you see? What do you see? They're both getting closer and closer to you.
Okay.
How close are you going to let him get? Because it's clear to you that they have absolutely zero clue about what they're about ready to run into.
Okay. I want to say maybe 10 feet, and then we'll see what happens then.
Okay.
Yeah, so would that be close enough that I can see them from around the corner?
It's close enough, yeah. Yeah, it's
Okay.
close enough.
Yeah.
It's really, and oddly enough, your ability doesn't function at all like echolocation, but in a sense, it works just like echolocation in that you're kind of just so used to fighting in the darkness, you just know where people are. It's just intuition more than anything. It's movement, it's air pressure, sound, things like that.
Yeah.
So as they get closer, you can feel their presence getting closer. The dog is barking out of his mind right now.
I'm going to get ready
Inside
to
the
throw my
building,
spear.
inside the building, you guys think you can hear some kind of commotion going on, like something being movement happening inside the structure. The dog gets closer and closer, and he is now within melee range for both you, and so is the bandit.
Okay.
He yells, the bandit stops, he yells back behind himself. You hear him say, "I don't see damn it out here." What the hell does she expect me to find anyway?
Yeah.
Dog's going crazy though. There's something out here. You hear voices behind him. I don't know. Well, ask her. Jesus. Guy plays with his bowstring a little bit. He's just holding his position, looking into the darkness. Looks up in the air. He looks up in the sky. Man, it's dark out here at night.
Can I move up to the corner?
Mumbles to himself. The dog, he gets down on one knee. Easy, buddy, easy. Come on, man. Kale or Daisuke, are you going to do anything about him? Or the dog at this point?
Yeah, real quick, I want to move up to the corner and glance around and just take a look. Is that guy standing, like how close is he that he's talking to?
The guy that is talking, that's yelling behind himself, is probably about 7 feet away from you.
Oh. All right.
You, because both of you have relatively short range, for your senses in the dark. So it's hard to tell what's behind him that he keeps yelling to. It's got to be another person, you figure, but what is going to happen there, it's hard to say.
Okay.
So,
All right.
they're sitting there. Daisuke, it's your move. What are you going to do?
Okay. I think I'm probably better suited to the bandit. So I'm going to left hand. I'll grab my ninja toe.
Okay.
And I'll make an attempt trying to kill him in one move. I'm not sure how assassinate works per se.
Okay.
But I'm going to try to
You
kill
have
him.
got all of the criteria right now for assassination.
Okay.
Which is attack from surprise, study an opponent for over 3 rounds. You've got everything you need. So all you got to do is succeed on a percentage die roll based on his hit die, and you should be able to do it. However, there's 2 things I got to say about this right now. The first thing is that, well, I'm going to wait to see how this plays out before I say anything. Okay, go ahead. Daisuke, you're going to attack, make an assassination attack then. Kale, you could see, being a master of physical mastery yourself, you watch his muscles coil. You see him put his hand over on the toe. What are you going to do? Whoa, man. Ramza can teleport too? Come on. Anyway, Kale, what are you going to do?
I think I'm going to round the corner as Daisuke is going after this guy. I'm going to round the corner, draw my falchion, and just bolt for the nearest person that this guy was yelling to behind him.
Okay, so you're going to go right past the dog then?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I'm going to try to go past the dog and just cleave into the first person to come across.
Okay, cool. All right, here's what you guys see then. What I need, first of all, is I need Kalen to roll me percentage die.
Okay, just refresh me.
And this, by the way, is probably the first game assassination attempt I've seen in a very, very long time in one of my games. So this is fun.
So hopefully it succeeds.
I hope so. Yeah, I hope for your sake it does.
So remind me on it. I rolled a 5-0 and then a 2, so I'm not sure how I order those.
You have to declare one of them to be a high number and one of them to be a low number before you roll percentage die. Like for example, if you have a dice, one of them that has 2 sets of numbers on it rather than 1, then that's the high number.
Okay.
I need you to also your camera. You're out of camera just a little bit. You're a little too high. There you go. I know you're getting excited. I am too. Go ahead and roll me then your percentage die and tell me what happens. And hey, we got a viewer from Australia right over there, my good buddy Heath, who's saying that he hopes we're having a good time. We are. Thanks for tuning in, Heath. Go ahead and roll again then for your percentage die and declaring 1 high to be 1 low.
Okay, I rolled a 7.
Okay, 0-7?
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay. Kale, you see him, and in this smooth, practiced move, one stroke takes the toe out Jiu-Jitsu style and just flashes it through the air in one stroke. Instantly, you see the bandit in front of him. He doesn't even get a chance to scream. Blood arcs out from underneath his arm suddenly, across his chest, splits his throat. As he tries to scream out, his head falls backwards, hanging on his neck by probably about 6 inches of skin. And he drops to the ground. The dog goes crazy when he does that. Kale, meanwhile, you see this in the darkness happening. You flash around the corner through the darkness, and you see in front of you another guard. The guard totally was not ready for this. Totally got caught with his pants down here. So you have an attack with your falchion. I assume you want to use your falchion?
Yeah, for sure.
Roll me a d20.
D20, here we go. That's 13.
Okay, 13. And we have that is a hit.
Hell yeah.
Please roll me a d6 for damage.
D6. That's a 2.
Okay. That's 5 points of damage. Okay. Ancelian Daisuke, you are focused on this guy with your assassination attempt, so you really can't see what happens with Kale. Kale, you pull out your falchion. He's trying to pull out his sword at the same time. He goes, "We're under it!" It screams out because as he's trying to pull out, it's the only thing that saved his life is getting his sword out because you hit his arm. The falchion bites through the flesh. The weight of it, you just hear bone snap underneath the falchion. He drops his sword. His arm, all you see is muscle and fat hanging out. He's screaming, blood just rushing down his arm. He's still alive, but he drops down to his knees. "Help, we're under attack!" He's screaming. Okay. Meanwhile, behind the structure, Kildi, Ramza, and Ancelian, and Svetlana, and Arista. You hear this going on. The highest dexterity among you, I believe, is Ramza. Somehow. That would be correct.
I train every day.
Ramza, enough. Just because you picked the most OP, possibly humanly possible character race class doesn't mean you get to gloat too.
It's legal.
It's legal. It's legal. It's fun too. Whatever. So I let you play it, didn't I? You get to go first. What would you like to do?
Well, I got an arrow knocked, and you're
on top right now of Widow.
Yeah. Waiting for people to exit the house to.
Okay, you're waiting. Then you're guarding the back door.
Yeah.
Are you going to what kind of distance do you want between you and the back door?
I just want to be at the other corner of the house. Is the silo right behind me?
The silo. Do you see? Let me move over a little bit. Okay. Hold on just a second. Okay. Do you see that other flat part right there? Actually, hold on.
You just shot back.
I moved out of range. Hold on for a second. There we go. Do you see that flat part right over there where these two windows are? I'm on my screen right now.
Yeah.
Okay, that's where the other part of the house is, where the silo begins. Right where my cursor is right now, the house drops away to that area. Okay.
Okay.
Please tell me you want to go to the corner then, right where my cursor is as we speak. Yes?
I can't see your cursor.
You'll see in a second.
I see now.
There it is.
Yeah.
Is that where you want to be?
Yeah, but a little bit more up north. I don't know what direction that is.
No, north is respective to your north.
Yeah. So kind of
say right about where I am right now. Right where I have you right now?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, you're sitting there and you're guarding the door. The next highest dexterity of the bunch of you would be Kildi. Kildi, what are you going to do as we speak? You hear that screaming. There's a fight obviously going on the west side of the building. You see Ramza mutter something in Widow's horse ear, and they begin to run that way.
And sorry, what can I see right now?
You can see the back door. You can see the back of Widow is retreating into the darkness. You can see motion on behalf of Daisuke, but not too much else in this darkness. What would you like to do?
I'm gonna kind of just wait and see if anybody comes out as well.
Okay, you're gonna hold your position then?
Yeah.
Okay. Svetlana and you know what? Your Silverhound is actually going to make an independent move. Your Silverhound is moving right in front of you to guard you against melee attackers, since she sees your bow is out. Okay. And Celian, you and Svetlana, what will you do? You have a staff sling. And I think for those of you guys out there in our group that don't understand what a staff sling is, the staff sling is the closest thing you're going to have to a handheld trebuchet. That thing has an immense amount of range. It's slow to fire, but it does a lot of damage and has a lot of range. You could fire blind into that crowd right now, or you could do anything else you wish to do at this point in time.
Can I get the staff sling going and just be ready for
yes, you
somebody
can.
that might just pop out?
Yes, you can. Are you going to give Svetlana instructions to do anything? Svetlana looks like she's about ready to jump out of her skin if you don't let her attack that dog.
Yeah, I'll let her loose. She can go have some dogs.
She starts running like only a bear can, that loping run that eats up about maybe 10 feet of... People forget how fast bears can be when they're running. She is hauling ass towards the corner of this corner, and you're kind of worried that she might actually run over Daisuke if he's not careful. But anyway, okay, that was the surprise round of our combat. Now it's the actual round of it, so I'm going to need everybody to roll me a d6 for initiative. And I will take into account your bonuses as we go. 3 for Daisuke, 1 for Ramza, Kildane,
3 as well.
and Celian, 4, and 5 for Kale. Kale, you go first. What would you like to do? You're in front of this guy that's screaming his lungs out. In the distance ahead of you, and I will move the map right back to where you are. In the distance ahead of you, you can hear more screaming. Not screaming. You hear voices coming from... I'm coming, you hear.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's kind of late to make them quiet, but whatever. I'm going to kind of pull my falchion back and raise it overhead, and I'm going to try to split his skull.
Okay, make me a d20.
D20. 11?
11. Prone target right ahead of you. Daisuke, you hear something in the ahead of you. It sounds like somebody hit a pumpkin with a sledgehammer. You're not really sure exactly what it is. Kale, when you hit this guy, the falchion is designed for the head of a falchion is pretty heavy. Okay, that's the way they're designed, as you know, I'm sure. When it's done with its downward arc, it's somewhere around his sternum when you put it straight down. This guy just kind of almost bisects, falls backwards, his leg kind of kicking and twitching underneath him. Screaming stop instantly when you hit him. The next roll would be Ancelian's 5, please. What were you going to do?
Okay, so as I am, there's still nobody really in sight of me.
Not really, no.
Okay. I'm just going to continue to be ready then for somebody that might come around either side of the building or out the door.
It's also Svetlana's turn on your...
And Svetlana's going to...
Make me a 20 for Svetlana.
Okay. 16.
Oh, dear. Actually, Svetlana, because she is a black or brown bear, gets 3 attacks this round. So why don't you roll me 2 more 20s while we're at it? This is gonna get pretty ugly.
That's a 1.
Okay, that's a miss.
And 6.
Okay, it's a miss too. But that should probably be enough. Roll me a d6 if you would.
4.
4.
Yep.
And 2 more d6.
4 and 6.
Okay, Daisuke, you're close enough to see this. This is what you see. The dog is running into the darkness, and it runs almost headlong into Svetlana. Svetlana comes tearing right past where you are. It barely has time to yelp. Svetlana hits it with this paw. It's about as big as your chest around. Slams this dog up against the side of the house. The dog hits the ground, kind of whirls around, runs up, jumps, and tries to lunge at her right into both of her hands. She hugs the thing, and you hear its spine crack underneath the tongue. And she's already on its neck, just tearing chunks out of it, growling, her face covered in blood everywhere. Eyes just maniacal. She's ripping the thing to shreds out of its neck. The thing is dead within instants.
That is a Russian bear.
That bear's no joke. Okay.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, at the back of the group, Ramza, you're sitting there, you're standing there waiting around the corner, and all of a sudden you feel something hit your helmet. It hurts really bad. You look up, you hear something whistle, hits your shoulder, rips right through your shoulder. Blood explodes out the side of your arm, and something hits you again. You barely get a chance to get your shield a little bit up because it was over on your side. You try to cover up on it. It glances over there. Arrowhead, you hear it shatter up against the shield, and you hear a giggling on the roof. Take 11, please. Actually, I take that back. Plus 4. Take 17.
Yikes. That was not fun.
Yeah, Ramza, and Ancelian, you and Keldy are close enough that you could see he's being attacked by bow shots, but by what, it's impossible to say. Ramza, you, however, are aware of the fact that the fire was coming from top down. It's obviously something on the roof.
Yeah.
Of the structure.
I say on the roof, and can I let loose my arrow to the direction that I got hit on?
You can yell on the roof, and hold on for just 1 second. I will tell you if you can loose your arrow on it in response. That would be a not yet. Not yet. Okay. Next up would be Kelday. Kelday.
Can I see anybody on the roof from the direction Matt was getting hit?
6-sider, please. our Australian visitor, Dog 0, Bear 1.
I got a 2.
No, you can't see anything up there. It looks like whatever it is, maybe laying down. It looks like this person is fighting pretty smart. Next would be them. All three of you, Ancelian, Kilday, and Ramza, you are able to see, coming out of the back door of the structure,
Can I loose my arrow at the first one as he comes out the door?
you sure can.
And I want to try and hit him in, like, the knee or something.
But
to try
before I
and...
let you do that, would you like to attack the dog, or would you like to attack the bandit that is
I
coming?
will attack the bandit in the doorway
Okay.
and let my dog deal with that dog.
Okay, your dog, Astelia, goes flying out at the other dog. Okay, you're going to roll me actually 3 20s.
3 20s.
Yep.
Any particular order or just...
Nope.
Okay. A 14, a 13, and a 1.
Okay. Roll me 2d6.
Both 6s.
Oh! Okay, Ancelian, you're close enough to see what the denouement of this. Kildy lets loose 3 arrows, one of which goes actually through the window behind him. It totally missed shot. But the other 2, it might have been on purpose because it got him to turn. The other 2 hit square right one eye and then the other. And the guy just drops back on his back, doesn't even get a chance to say anything. Doesn't even get a chance to scream, just dead instantly. Meanwhile, your dog, I need you to roll me a d20 for your dog.
15 as well.
Okay, and roll me a d6. Or excuse me, 2d4. 2d4. My bad.
2d4. Okay.
2d4.
2 and a 1.
Can you tell I use a lot of war dogs? 2 and a 1. Okay, your dog, Astelia, comes flying out at this thing from the darkness. The dog growls at her. Astelia growls back. Astelia rakes a little bit with her forepaws and tries to bite him. You see a little bit of blood flash into the night air. And it is now Astelia. No, it is Ramza's turn. Ramza, what are you going to do?
That's the only one that came out.
But now you're hearing a lot of movement from inside this building.
Can I see
and something very loud coming from the west side of the building?
That's like, where the silo is.
Really loud. Yeah. No,
Yeah.
No, that's the other side of the building.
Well, I want to, let my arrow loose. Can I see whatever hit me?
You're looking up. Roll me a d6.
4.
No. You'd be firing blind.
Tight.
Make me a d20, however.
16.
As a military man, tactically speaking, you feel that if your fire is coming from above, your best bet is to hug the side of the house. Because it would reduce the angle by which the person would be able to shoot. Either they'd have to show themselves, or they wouldn't be able to fire at you.
Yeah, that's fair.
Or you could melee with your shield up. Those are the two recommended military maneuvers against this kind of an attack.
I'm gonna. And the west side of the house is the side they're fighting on in the darkness?
It is, yes, which we're about ready to get back to.
And there's something big coming over there?
Yeah, in fact, big enough that it's shaking the ground as it's moving.
Oh, man.
Oh, that's not great.
Dude, I'm gonna pull out my lance.
Pull back the lance. Widow rears back as soon as you pull it back. She knows what's up.
and I'm gonna say, you guys gotta handle this. And I'm gonna just head towards the darkness.
Okay. Ramza charges on top of Widow towards the corner. Widow and Ramza begin flying out that way. Okay.
Sorry, guys.
In the meantime, the rest of their attacks. That's a hit. Ramza, you are hit one more time by arrow fire. Take 5. You now have 22 points of damage that you've suffered in this combat.
Yeah, I'm down to 3.
Yeah, that last shot hit you in the side of your armor, your helmet. Your ears are ringing. You can see a little bit of blood. Your nose is bleeding a little bit. The corner of your mouth. That giggling noise kind of echoing inside of your helmet from the top of the roof. You hear somebody say, you hear somebody say, "Boys, and you didn't even bring any wine." You're staggered pretty bad. Meanwhile, out through the back of the door. What's that?
I should have offed her when I had the chance.
I'm going to get rid of dead bandits on the screen right now. I'm not trying to alleviate your kills from you guys, but I don't want to clutter up the space here too much. That's done, and this is what you guys get now. Alright, hold on. Let me move my bandits around a little bit. There we go. Bandit 4. Here we go. Okay. One bandit comes through the door. 2 bandit come through the door. And their doggo comes through the door. Barking and yelling. Okay, let's go around the side of the house, meanwhile, while this is all going on. Gentlemen, you're around the side of the house, and you guys got this situation pretty much under control for the most part. Everything is kind of yelling around and everything, and something really unexpected happens. The ground is shaking. You hear a groaning in the distance. Something is yelling out loud. Like this deep basal voice comes out of the darkness. "You're going to die!" You hear all this voice come out of nowhere. In the darkness, it's screaming from above you. Daisuke and Kale, you can hear, and Svetlana. Svetlana gets back up on her back legs and is growling like a challenge at it. Daisuke, you and Kale can feel the air pressure of something huge bearing down on you. Something massive. The ground is shaking with its every step. It's kind of half running towards you, like a loping kind of run. Estelia is a good doggo. She holds her position. She's doesn't break morale. What are you guys gonna do? Can't quite see it yet.
Sorry, it's coming from the far side, like not the way we were getting shot from the roof. The other
Yep,
side.
it's coming from the side of the house on which Kale is leading the group right now. Kale will see it first as it comes towards him. Kale, you're a blind fighter. However, unfortunately, that does not mean you can see in the dark. What are you gonna do?
I think I was like I was getting ready to charge down that corner of.
And
the
now you've
building.
reconsidered.
Yeah, and then I'm gonna stop and I'm gonna retreat a bit and try to
Okay.
regroup.
Kale begins to stagger backwards a little bit. With discretion being the better part of valor, I'm going to have you fall back to right about the corner of the house, all right? Is that about where you want to be?
Yeah.
Okay. Daisuke, your move.
Okay. Can I see how big it is with my echolocation?
Yeah, you can. That thing is about 17 feet tall.
Okay.
It's about as wide as the part of the house from the door to the corner, you figure. It's massive.
Okay.
It's got something huge in its hand. It looks like a tree with most of the branches ripped off of it.
Okay. How tall is that house?
How tall is what?
The house.
The house itself, the second part of the house, the part that Ramza was inspecting before, is about 50 feet tall. Well, this part of the house is probably about 15 feet tall.
Okay. I'm not so suited to fighting big things, so I'm gonna say, what was it? It was a mountain troll. That was kind of the information.
Supposedly it's a hill giant.
Okay. I'm going to say, here comes the hill giant, and then I'm going to start to attempt to scale the house.
Okay, I need you to roll me percentage die.
Okay. I rolled a 10? Yeah, I rolled a 10.
Excellent. Kalen, Daisuke hits the side of the house where he finds purchase and starts to bolt up the side of the house. You will be on the roof next round. Okay. Everybody another 6-sider, please.
Am I able to try to hop on the back of Widow?
As he runs by?
Yeah.
Yes, you can. You can try. Ramza, 3. Daisuke, what's your 6?
4.
Ancelian, 2. Kildy?
1.
Oh, 5. Oh, Kale. At least somebody's winning these initiative rolls. Kale, your turn, buddy. What are you going to do? Make it count.
So I'm alone on this corner now.
You are alone on this corner.
But I do have the climb walls thing.
Yes, you
and
do.
I think I'm going to take a page out of Daisuke's book.
Okay, you see Daisuke run up the side of the thing. I need you to roll me a percentage.
Yeah, I'm going to be like, hey, that's a good idea.
This would be a good time not to fail on this, Kale, and then hit the ground and be stunned. This would be
a good time to not fail, wouldn't it? That's a big old 12.
That's perfect. Okay.
All right.
You guys who are able to see it, and Celian, you're able to see this from your angle, as is Kilday. Runs up the side of the wall. He basically jumps up, grabs one hand on the side of the window, and flips himself up backwards over next to where Daisuke is. Did I have any 4s among the group?
That was me.
Daisuke, your turn. This is what you see on top of the roof when you get up there. And boy, was this a really good time for this to happen. Because on top of the roof, standing there, is that woman that you saw through the window on the ground. She is sitting there, just kind of looking through the back window. Or excuse me, she's sitting there on top of the roof, laying on her stomach, and she looked like she was about ready to finish off Ramza with a volley of arrows.
Okay.
You may be the only thing that can stop that from happening. What are you going to do?
How far away is she from me?
10 feet melee range.
Okay, so I can close the distance?
Yes, you can.
Okay, I'm going to close the distance. I'll draw my sword, and I think I'll stab it down, or slash it down into her hand area to try to stop her from firing.
Roll me a 20. This would be a good time to roll a 20. If you got one in your pocket somewhere, I don't know.
I rolled a 3.
Okay. Daisuke, you come down with the sword, you miss the hand. She looks up suddenly and sees you and Kale there, but it's enough to stop her from firing. She turns around, takes a couple steps back, and she's going to try and hit you point blank.
Okay.
And actually, it is her turn right now, too. Fortunately, she doesn't get the full complement of arrows this round because of your surprise. She's firing at you. And I think that we're going to find out that you're really lucky to have a better than average hit point total. Okay. That is a hit and a miss. Yes, the second one might be life and death. We're going to find out. Okay. Take 8.
Okay.
Daisuke, she fires her bow. Kale, you can see this. Daisuke misses with the sword. She kind of rolls back. She kind of giggles. You hear her say, "Not fast enough." And she puts a shot right through. You think it goes right through his chest at first, and you're sure he's dead. You're like, then you realize because he's anthropomorphic, it actually went underneath his arm, and the blood was part of his wing that ripped through there. She giggles. She goes, "You're good, sweetie, but me, I'm magic." And she looks over at Kale and goes, "Now for my next trick." Okay, meanwhile, back on the ground. We have, would be Kilda's turn. Kilda, she is standing. She is a very difficult shot right now. You think you could hit her. However, there's also 2 more dudes on the ground with a dog.
Yes.
And there's something coming around the corner real fast.
How many shots do I have?
3.
Can I shoot the leg or like knee area of one of the guys on the ground? I want to call Estelia back to me so that she's back in front of me, and I'll take the last 2 shots on the roof.
Okay. Go ahead.
So I'll do the guy on the ground first.
Roll me a 20.
12.
Okay, that is a hit. Roll me a 6.
4.
Okay, Kilda, you hit the guy. You put it right through the meat of the thigh. He yells out. You hear a bone crack when you hit him. He drops down to one knee. He's looking at you. His eyes are just like almost like confused more than anything in the way that you are when you're in shock. You have 2 more attacks. Now roll me 2 20s.
Yeah, up on the roof. 12 and a 20.
Okay, the first one's a miss. The second one is a hit. Please roll me a 6-sider.
6.
Okay, she's in the middle of taunting Kale and Daisuke. And as your shot is launched, you can kind of see it in the night sky, kind of follow it. You feel bad about the first one, but the second one, you're like, yeah, it just feels right. That pure feeling that you get when it just goes right through your arm. It fires, arcs over the side. You guys are on the ceiling looking at her. She's got her bow out. She's about ready to finish off Daisuke, it looks like. The first shot, the one that hits her, actually hits her in the arm with the arrow, holding the arrow. Blood kind of flies out the side of it. She grits her teeth, looks down. She kind of starts to take a couple steps southward to get out of angle from him. She's not dead by any stretch of the imagination. She's wounded, though. Looks like, and she looks pissed.
Probably.
Okay. Now it is Ancelian's turn. Ancelian, please tell me what you're going to do. As she is falling back, if you wish to fire at her, you can get a shot off with the staff sling. However, if you do not wish to shoot at her, she's going to be a difficult shot. You can shoot at one of the guys on the ground, or you can fire the darkness at the noise coming around the corner. Or something else, whatever you'd like to do.
Yeah,
Running in panic is perfectly legit.
Well, I'm concerned about Ramza and his newfound holes.
Yes.
And that. So what Ancelian's thinking of doing is trying to jump on the horse on the back so that he can cast Cure Light Wounds.
Okay. Roll me a 20, and your dex. Hold on for a second before you do that. I'm going to give you an idea of how difficult or easy this is going to be before you can do it. All right?
That would be great.
You feel like, oh, your dexterity is great. Okay, yeah. You feel like you feel pretty good about this. Actually, he's running by.
That could work.
He's running by. You feel pretty good about it. Like, I think I could do this. And besides, it's an animal. You know it's going to respond well to you, even though it's a weirdo animal. It's going to respond well to you. It probably won't try and throw you, you figure. It knows you're an ally. Sure, let's do this. Roll me a 20.
It'll be fun. See what happens. Life is short.
Right.
Yeah.
That's a 3.
Okay, that's actually what you want to do. You want to roll low on a
Low,
challenge.
great.
Okay. All of you that are in the back, which is right now Stetson, I should say Kilday, and Ramza, you're friggin' seeing double, seeing triple as you're running around with the horse. Hey, Wiley Hobbit, thanks so much for joining us. You're right in the middle of a great combat, too. Our group right over here is in the middle of a fight with some bandits and soon to be a hill giant. Ancelian, Ramza's running around the corner on the horse. You kind of match its pace with a couple strides, grab the side of the saddle, and pull yourself up and vault over, and you are on the back of the horse in no time. You are on the back, and you are also going to try and lay Cure Light Wounds, correct?
Correct.
That will come off at the end of next round. As you do that, Ramza, you and Ancelian is on the back of the horse. Run around the corner. You feel him get on the horse with you, and into view, the hill giant comes around, roars out in rage. He's got in his hand, like I said, is literally a tree trunk that he's stripped all the branches off of, so these wicked nubs, pine nubs and everything off of it. He's just enraged with his stringy, greasy black hair. You can smell the sweat on him. He's got these roomy kind of red, yellowish eyes that he just roars out in rage at you. Daisuke, he's so close to you, even you can feel it from behind you. Kale, you can feel it from where he's standing when he roars down at you. Ramza, it's your turn. What are you going to do? You have 3 hit points left.
I mean, it's all for the glory at this point, isn't that?
I don't know. Hey, thanks, Ludretz. We appreciate it. And thanks, everybody who joined us from Wiley Hobbit's stream. I really appreciate it, guys. And our heroes need all the support right now they can get.
Now, Fairy Fire doesn't blind, does it?
It does not blind. It will illuminate your target, giving you a +2 to hit afterwards on it.
Well, that's still better than nothing.
It is, or you can rush charge to melee with your lance.
Can I do like a run-through attack?
Yeah,
so that
that's perfectly legitimate. That's part of what being a Cavalier is about, buddy.
And then get to his flank so that he's not swinging his tree trunk at my squishy ass.
Give it a go. Make me a 20, buddy.
Don't make me regret jumping on the back.
Ancelian, you hear Ramza growl out underneath his breath. Get low. You see him put up his shield, bang it once with his lance, drops the lance down.
I rolled a 16.
Ramza charges at it. You hear the battle cry come out. The banner waving in the air beneath his lance. The hill giant roars. The lance slams into the side of his leg. Make me a D8, please.
Oh, I'll give you a date.
Date.
7.
7. And Celian, you're on the back. You've never really experienced anything like this. This is crazy how fast this horse is running. Everything that's going on right now. It hits it. And Celian, you feel the impact of Ramza hitting this thing. It jerks him back. It almost throws you off of the horse. You're both hanging out for dear life. The lance screams under the weight of the. You can actually feel it bend under the weight of the attack. The hill giant screams out in pain. Ramza, as you're running past it, the whole shield just gets coated with gore. You just feel it just splatter up against the shield, all over your helmet. And Celian, you have to duck the side of this piece of meat that comes flying past you. Ramza, you continue to run past the thing on top of the horse, just galloping. Widow's galloping for all she's worth, getting ready to try and turn around. She tries to turn the hill giant, as he turns around. You hit him so hard, he roars out in anguish. He turns around, and Svetlana starts lashing out at him from behind. And so you roll me 3 20s.
Oh, that's a 1, 11, and 12.
And Celian, Svetlana hits it with her paw one time. She misses with a bite on it, misses one of the paws. One of the other paws slaps it. You hear the sound. It sounds like it sounds like somebody hitting a moose with a friggin' 1968 Buick or something big and heavy, just hitting flesh. This sudden impact of it. The thing just doesn't even look like it's at all bothered by Svetlana, though. It looks like it wants to kill Ramza and you. Ramza, what do you got before I move to Kale?
I just got a quick question. What does Elemental Burst do?
Elemental Burst is an offensive spell. It's a Wu-Gen spell, so I assume that you're asking for Daisuke?
Yeah.
Is an offensive spell that does damage. Kale, you're on the roof. You see all this happening behind you. You see all this happening in front of you with the woman. The guards are below you. It looks like they don't know what quite to do. They look like they're about ready to attack Kilday. What are you going to do?
Which of these 3 scenarios is the most immediate threat to me? Is it still the person on the roof with the bow?
The most immediate threat to you is the person on the roof with the bow. If he wanted to, the hill giant could reach out and grab either you or Daisuke, or sweep you with his club or something equally horrific. But it does not look like he's definitely more paying attention than Celian and Ramza.
Okay. I'm going to shout down to Ramza, keep him distracted. Mm-hmm. And then I'm going to look around. Is there anything I can jump behind on this roof?
Daisuke.
Yeah? Is he big enough with his wings out that I can yes, like my silhouette can hide behind him?
There is. You can't really hide in shadows, but there is a move that you could do, Kale.
Yeah. So
you could jump down and just penny hang off of the edge of the roof, because you're right at the edge of the roof.
Yeah, I think that I want to keep a weapon in hand.
You could do it with one hand. You're strong enough, and hold your falchion in the other.
Okay, fair enough. I'll do that then.
Okay.
So I'm gonna slide and kind of dip off the side of the roof.
Daisuke, you see Kale kind of disappear into the darkness, just barely hanging out with his fingers, pulls back the falchion, looks up, see his eyes in the night sky reflected at you. You're the only target for the bowman.
And then I'm gonna use my, what is it called, Psionic Silence?
Uh-huh.
And I'm going to reach out to the bowman to make myself imperceptible.
Ooh, nice.
And then I'm going to start.
Use of it.
And then,
okay.
Is it he or she?
It's a she.
Is she? Okay. So once she is no longer looking directly for me, and I'm out of her focus, then I'm going to try to lurk up and try to flank her.
It's hard for you to say
like,
exactly what she's doing, who she's paying attention, if she can see you or not, because your next move's getting up and flanking her will happen on your next move. Yeah, but for right now, she's definitely fixated on Daisuke.
Perfect.
Meanwhile, on the ground, Kilday, did you go yet this round? No, I don't believe you did. Okay, you get your 3 attacks this round. This is what's happening in front of you. Your Sighthound is next to you. Their dog is running towards you, and the other guards are also coming towards you. They have bows out.
Okay.
One of the guards is incapacitated. He's on the ground right now. I forgot that.
Right. So the one with his bow out, I want to aim for a shooting arm.
Okay.
And try and just kind of get him out of combat, and I kind of want to see if I can help out on the roof still in any way.
Okay. Well, the woman is low enough right now that you could hit with a 20. But, so it's a possible shot. It's a really tough one, though. So, let's first of all resolve what you're going to do with the guy that, actually, declare your 3 actions. So you got the guy that you're going to shoot at there on the ground with you. The dog is getting close. He's going to end up attacking with Estelia this round.
I was going to send out Estelia to meet the dog.
Yep, she's with the dog right now.
Then, I'll probably just focus. Can I see the giant?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay. Then maybe I'll try and hit the shooting arm on the guy on the ground, and then focus the giant as well.
Okay, that's a medium range shot, but it's definitely possible. Okay, go ahead, and in fact, he's an far easier target than the woman on the roof. Roll me 3 20s, buddy.
Okay. So the one for the guy for the shooting arm?
Yep.
13.
Okay. You end up hitting him. Roll me a 6-sider.
3.
Shot goes right through the wrist and does not come out the other side of it. It hits right through the bones of the wrist and sticks there. The guy is screaming out in pain, drops his bow, just kind of shaking, blood running out of his hand.
Okay, and then the other shots are going at the giant.
Okay, make me 2 20s.
12 and a 5.
Okay, first shot hits him in the back, but he doesn't seem to notice it. The second shot goes flying off into the distance. Okay. Meanwhile, it's the dog's turn. Estelia misses with her bite. The war dog. You see the war dog gets a good bite in on Estelia. Blood flies off of her silver coat into the night sky, starting to spatter to the side of it. She bares her teeth, backs up, and is looking back at it. Right now, it's you, her, and the dog, and their war dog. The other 2 are incapacitated, or are... the other guy, though, he dropped his bow. He's actually... No, never mind. He broke morale. He's running, actually. He's running. He's taking off towards the far side of the house. Okay, so you'll get back shots on him if you want to finish him, if you think that that's appropriate. Okay, now it is her turn. What are we going to do here? Let's finish off Kato. Okay, she's going to fire her bow at Daisuke. That's a miss, that is a hit, and that is a hit.
Oh, that's not good. Not ideal.
Daisuke, 5, 7. Daisuke, this is what you get to see, Kale. The first shot, as you're getting ready to pull yourself up and get out of the way, the first shot hits Daisuke, hits him in the side of the face, penetrates through one part of his cheek and out the other. The second one hits him right in the side of the hip, but it's right where major blood vessels are, and blood just starts pouring out of him. Daisuke, you are now underneath. You're now underneath 0 hit points. You're in negative hit points. That's, you took 12 hit points of damage there. You're hit the ground, and you just feel cold all over. You're in shock. The night sky is starting to blur around you. You can hear the bats around you. They're like the calls of your ancestors right now, mocking you for your failure. Just giggling all around you. The bats in the air, all around you. You can just feel the life ebbing out of you fast. Okay. Now we have everybody roll a 6 again. Their turn.
I can cast levitate on you and try to get you up there. But I like. Yeah.
Okay, what are we gonna do? We got Kilday.
I got 3.
3. Oh, dice case 6. What do you got, Kale? 3, 5, 4. And Celian, 4? 3. 3. Ramza. 3. Okay. So, the first guy to act this round is actually that bandit that was running, and he continues to haul as fast as he can this way. Shrieking, holding his arm. Nyrondals! You hear him yelling, they're coming, they're coming! He's screaming, holding his arm. That's his move. Dice K, you would go next normally, but you're currently incapacitated, so you're laying there with life ebbing out of you. I need you to roll me a saving throw, please, a 20.
12.
Ooh. Okay. Yeah, you're not long for this world right now. Do we have any 5s? Do we have any 4s? Do we have any 3s?
I'm
3. Kilday and Celian had a 3 right too, as well, right? Kale, you had a 3?
I had a 4.
Oh, you had a 4. Okay, so you go first before anybody else
okay.
goes. Kale, it's your turn. What are you gonna do?
I think I'm going to stick to my plan.
Okay,
I would like to do something to help Daisuke, but I don't know if that good of a position to do that. So.
Okay, well, this is what you get to see. You pop up off the corner of the roof. All right?
Yeah.
And you see the following. The woman is walking up slowly towards Daisuke. She's putting her bow over her shoulder, and she's pulling calmly and casually a dagger out. And she's looking down at him. She shakes her head. Someone fall down, go boom? She says as she's walking over towards him. Meanwhile, you have stuck to your plan, Nick. You walk right past her out of her peripheral vision and flank her. She does not see you at all. You can hear in her mind as you pass her, because you can catch thoughts every once in a while. It's rare that you have ever found in your mind, encountered someone, brush thoughts with somebody so blatantly malicious. She really wants him to suffer before he dies. She's right now thinking about cutting something onto him that she thinks about called Sharn's smile, which is going from ear to ear underneath around his throat to make this big grin. Something that she read about one time she's thinking about. But anyway, you get that as you walk past her. Nick, what are you going to do?
I'm going to go for the kill.
Okay, you're
going
going
to
to
swing my falchion as absolutely hard as possible at her.
Falchion? Okay.
Yep.
Roll me a 20.
All right. That's a 16.
Oh, Dice K, you may have a chance after all. You might have a chance after all, because out of just kind of the darkness, come back with the falchion, swing as hard as you can, roll me your damage for a d6, and make it good.
That's a 5.
Oh, nice. That's 9 points of damage. Okay. The falchion comes out. You hit her right in the middle of the back. You hear something in her back crack. You hear muscle tear. You see blood spew out the corner of the side. She shrieks out into pain, drops onto one knee, kind of turns around, sees you. A bit of blood is bubbling out of the corner of her mouth. She just looks like shocked more than anything, like can't believe that you managed to outflank her. Okay, meanwhile on the ground. Ramza, you and Ancelian, it is your turn. Ramza, you went to, you're moving first, but Ancelian, his spell goes off this round, which is Cure Light Wounds. Ancelian, roll me a d8.
4.
Okay. Ramza, you feel Ancelian touch you on the back, and that hole that you had that had appeared in your arm, from underneath your armor, on all sides you see ivy starting to grow forth and starting to knit all over your flesh on both sides. It's just this verdant green ivy that's kind of glowing gently. You feel almost like springtime, the scent of it in your nose on both sides of it. And as the moment goes away, you see all the ivy like the turn of seasons. It goes to summer, and then it goes brown, and then it falls off of you. And when it does, there's flesh underneath it on both sides. Give yourself 8 points of health back. Oh, no, excuse me, 5 points of health back. Sorry. 5 hit points.
You said 8 first.
No, I said it's 5. It's 5.
All right,
I forgot
all
to roll a
right.
4. I was thinking what Nick rolled, and I was applying that over there. So, sorry. 5 points of hit points back. Daisuke, I need you to roll me a 20 for a save, please, for this round.
Seven.
Daisuke, you are conscious. You could crawl if you wanted to.
Okay.
You're hurting bad. You are hurting real bad right now. You're
Okay.
you know you're dying right now. Ramza,
Okay.
before his move goes, it's your turn. What are you going to do? You're on the other side of the giant. The giant's has turned around towards you to face you.
Man, I think just keep doing that.
Okay.
That seems like a decent idea. I asked Ansley on where he wants to be let off, because he probably shouldn't hold on for this whole ride.
Yeah, you know what? Being a cavalier isn't for me. That's what I'm learning.
You going to just drop off the back of the horse?
Yeah,
Okay.
at a good distance from the giant.
Okay. You cast your spell and you drop off the back of the horse. And I'm going to move the map down a little bit just to catch everybody on the screen right now.
Now, is my lance my best weapon for the for being on the horse?
It is easily the best weapon for being on the horse.
Now, would I do more damage with 2 shortbow shots or 1 lance hit?
Well, you would have to change weapons in mid-charge right now if you wanted to go to the short bow. So that's probably not a very good move.
No. I'm just gonna rock him again.
Okay, you're going to charge again.
I want to hit the same. If he's facing me again, I want to try to hit the same spot and like start breaking his leg.
Okay, roll me a 20 as you charge. And Celine, you can see him starting to charge.
17.
Okay. And Celine, you see the thing start to... He does that. Rams is about ready to hit, but as he gets closer to it, the hill giant takes his club and lays it down on the ground in front of him. Widow is charging at it top speed. Widow goes to leap over it. Roll me a 20.
Can I cast levitate?
Not that short time. Amount of time.
I got a 4.
Okay, Ramza, you hit. Roll me an 8.
3.
Okay. You hit the thing. You hear the giant roar out in pain. The bottom of Widow's leg clips the wood. She goes tumbling. You hear something break in Widow's leg. A couple things break. She goes tumbling and rolling onto the ground, as do you. Make me a saving throw, please.
Which is just another 20?
Yep.
Yikes, 19.
Yeah, but you're a cavalier, so that's good. You end up actually getting thrown out of her. You roll on your shoulder, hit the ground, kind of pop over, dazed and confused, but alive. So, here's your current location. Matt, you are now right on the side of our good buddy the giant. And we're going to move the screen a little bit over so we can see you and Ian both in a moment. Ian, you're right about here now. Here's the crew right there. Matt, you're at the side of it.
Yeah.
Edselian, you're in front of it. Edselian, you just dropped off of it. So if you have like a half move you want to make, go ahead.
I move back away from the giant.
Okay. How
Not
far?
getting too close.
How far?
How far is a half move?
I'm sorry?
Okay. You said I had like a half move left. About
Yeah,
how far?
yeah. If you wanted to move, you could move like to the corner of the house.
Sure.
Okay,
Yeah,
you move to the corner of the house. Meanwhile, behind the giant, Svetlana is going to continue to rampage on him. And this is going to get his attention. Oh, that got his attention. Okay. The giant looks down at you, Matt, and looks like it's going to pound you. Svetlana roars, and she starts with her claws. You see blood rip back from his leg, from his back. She bites onto the back of his thigh. He screams, and he starts turning around towards the bear. Meanwhile, at the back of the house, Kilday,
Yes.
you are there. You can see this going on with the giant. You can also see the fleeing... There you go. There you go. You're at the top of the screen. You can see the giant. You can see the fleeing bandit. There's a bandit that's alive there, and you can see the dog, which your dog is attacking right now. What are you going to do?
How's my dog looking?
Your dog looks fine. She took a bite, but not too bad.
Do I think she can hold her own?
You would lay your money... If you were a betting man and you were Michael Vick, you would bet that your dog could handle this other dog pretty easy.
Okay.
That reference was just for you there, Kalen. I know you're a sports guy.
Yeah, how's the other bandit look?
The other bandit that's running, he's got an arrow through his hand and he's screaming. The problem with him would be if he were to fetch help.
Yeah, I want to, again, doing the more utility thing, I want to hit his leg. Stop him from running.
You have 3 shots. Go ahead.
I'm going to shoot. Yeah, we'll see how they go, and
No,
whatever's
you
left,
got to declare them. You got to declare them before you roll. Who you want to shoot for?
I wanted to shoot one at the one fleeing and 2 at the giant again.
Okay, go ahead. Make me
The one I just rolled is a 7 at the one fleeing.
Okay, you missed him. He continues to go out into the night.
Okay, and then the other 2 at the giant, both 8s.
Both 8s. Okay.
Yeah.
The shots hit the giant and don't seem to do too much in the way of damage.
Okay.
All right. So we have some problems here, boys, up here on the roof. Got some problems up here on the roof between Kale and a certain ranger who is now going to lunge at him with 2 daggers.
Oh,
Kale,
that'll be fine.
she comes at you with her daggers. Oh, we had a 6, but we have a 20.
Spicy.
Kale, she misses with 1. She looks like she might still be a little bit psionically affected because the first one was way, way wide, but the second one, take 6. The second one hits you on the collarbone area, cuts you pretty deep. Blood starting to rush down your chest, but you're completely able to block out the pain. That is one of the teachings that Silence gave you. You are totally not affected by the agony of the hit, and she kind of looks like she's mad by the fact that you're not affected so much. She looks like she's enraged. Hill Giant's going to move now, and it's going to attack Svetlana. The Hill Giant takes a fist and comes straight down onto Svetlana. Hammers the bear. 800 pounds of fur goes flying like one of your arrows. Just comes rolling backwards about maybe 15 feet onto the ground. Ramza, you see the bear. It looks really, really, really mad right now. she does. She's growling, baring her jaws. The spittle everywhere. Looks at him. Doesn't look like she was hurt all that bad. Meanwhile, oh, what do you know? You just would have won some money at the betting because I rolled another 20. Estelia grabs onto the other dog by the neck, and you see her lock on, start ripping back and forth, gets the dog off of its feet. She starts tearing it back and forth. Dog's legs kicking wildly into the air, blood everywhere. It looks like she's got things under control. Okay. Now, this is a very important round for everybody. This is probably the make and break for your group. I need 6s for everybody.
Can I use my ninja ability to give me +3? Or my Wujen ability?
To do what?
I believe it, by channeling my energy, I get to add +3 to my initiative.
Yes, you could.
Okay.
But the question is, are you going to be able to do anything with it in your current state?
Exactly.
Go ahead. Everybody make me a roll. 5 or 6. 5 for Ramzov. 4 for Daisuke. 4 for Kilday. 5 for Encelian. 3 for... That's what I'm talking about for initiative rolls. What'd you roll, Kale, by the way? A 3?
3, yeah.
Oh, okay. You guys go... This bandit wins every single initiative roll. This bandit disappears out of sight around the side of the house. He's gone.
He's very good at running.
He is very good at running. And the other bandit... let's see. Okay, he is... Where did I put him? He is... Okay, he's out of the picture there. All right, good. Meanwhile, it is Daisuke's turn. Daisuke,
Yeah.
What are you going to do?
So I have 2 questions. The first, by changing into my bat form, how does that affect the hit points?
It will give you back your hit points as if you were a druid. So it will not completely heal you, but you will get 66% of your hit points returned to you. So that would mean for you, because you're at -8 right now, which is almost dead, 66%, oh, how convenient. It rolls up nicely. You would be at 2 hit points and able to act next round.
Okay. And my second question, I believe under the ninja training, you can hold your breath for a certain amount of time.
Yes, you can.
That would slow, because it would slow my heart rate, which would slow the bleeding.
It would at that. Are you going to do that?
I'm trying to decide between the 2.
Okay. Your training from your masters would tell you the best move for you right now would be to change shape, which I've been waiting for you to do for 2 rounds now.
Okay.
So you go ahead and you do that.
Yeah.
The only problem with that, did you say you're going... Somebody just said Brixton cast color spray. I see who it is, too. Anyway. So, Daisuke, you said you're going to change into a bat or you're human?
Into the bat, I believe.
Okay. Daisuke, you begin to start shape changing into a bat and you realize that... Actually, make me a 20.
Okay. 8.
You're laying flat right now. Are you sure you want to change into a bat?
You're on a roof. You can just roll off the edge.
You'd have to crawl off the roof, roll off the roof, but you could do that. It would just take up a little bit more time.
Okay, how close am I to the edge?
Right now, looking at your icon, you are right there.
Okay, I think my best bet is to
You
be
start
as small as
to
possible.
change shape and everything like that, making your move. You do that. Okay, and Celian, it is your turn with Svetlana.
Okay. What's the weather like right now? Is it like clear skies and
Yeah,
such?
clear skies. You figure, well, if you're thinking about what I'm thinking about doing, you can do it.
Okay.
The weather,
I'm
because
gonna
if
do
you
that.
remember correctly, I mentioned that that there was rain. Kildy said there would be rain coming in about 2 hours. You guys have been at this for about an hour, so yeah, you're right about on the edge of it.
Nice. Okay, I want to kind of... Well, first I'll duck around the corner of the building, make sure there's nobody coming up behind me.
Okay, you look back behind the corner of the building. When you look back around the corner of the building in the distance, you hear screaming into the night. somebody running around out into the night?
It doesn't seem like an immediate concern to me. So
no, it is not an immediate concern to you. Are you going to do it?
I think so. Is the giant looking at me, or is he?
No, he's looking at Svetlana right now.
Nice. All right, let's begin. I'm going to cast.
And Celian, you begin to pull out the spell components, and you're getting your move ready. Ramzad, is your turn. Oh, wait.
Man.
Yeah, it is your turn. I take that back. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm gonna. My horse is a little wounded and far away.
Yes, your horse is laying there. Actually, your horse is in really bad shape. Widow's in pretty bad shape.
Real bad for Widow, but the hill giant's right beside me, right?
Yeah, that's a little bit more pressing of a concern right now.
And I'm on the back of the hill giant.
No. You rolled out of the ground under. You're kind of on the ground,
but like
next to him.
I'm facing its back.
Yes, you are.
Because it's facing Svetlana.
You're facing his side.
I want to take out my longsword and attack its hamstring.
Okay, you drop the lance in your fall, so getting a new weapon is no big problem. You reach down, you grab your longsword. Longsword shines out in the night. Make me 2 20s.
Would the heel, like the Achilles tendon, or be a better target? I don't know how tall it is.
You figure being a 17-foot tall giant, you could hit the Achilles if you wanted to, but that would also be a called shot, and it would be a harder target to hit.
It would be, but I feel like it would do more damage.
Okay, make me the 20s, 2 20s.
Should Svetlana have gone on my turn?
What?
Sorry, should Svetlana have gone on my turn, or is that?
She will in this turn.
Oh yeah.
I got something going on with her.
I got a 3 and a 6, so I think those are 2 big misses.
Ramza, you hit the Achilles tendon. The sword doesn't bite the first time. You think you're just too dazed right now from it because you're kind of wildly hitting it, just kind of slapping it with the flat of it more than anything. This is what the rest of you guys see. Svetlana comes charging at the thing. Ramza, you're close enough to see it. All of a sudden, the sky, for a moment, you feel like you got this taste of metal in your mouth. Like something at the back of your teeth. And it kind of chitters for a moment. On the roof, Daisuke, all of your fur stands on end. Kale, all your hair stands on end. Even the woman on the roof pauses for a second. The sky suddenly splits open with this massive peal of thunder that shakes everybody's chests. There is a blinding split-second flash as the sky cracks with this brilliant white lightning bolt that comes arcing down from the heavens. It's instantly so hot, Ramza, around you that you have to roll away. And then the impact of the lightning as it hits the ground throws you another 5 feet away from the side of it. Svetlana just kind of breaks off and rolls onto the ground as she starts to run. And Celian, please roll me 6d8 for damage.
Oh my goodness. It's a bigger spell than I thought it was.
Yeah. I've been killed by that spell.
Situational.
That's
Very, yeah.
Okay, so that's, you said 6? It's 16, 19. $32.
Ooh, Daisuke, for a moment, you feel the air pressure of all this almost knocks you right out of the air. The blinding flash. If you weren't a bat, you would definitely be blinded right now. Kilde, you were looking at it, just kind of have to cover your eyes for a moment. Then this overwhelming smell of pork in the air, of cooking meat, of burning hair hits your nose. The giant Ramza, you look up at it when your eyes can kind of focus again. All you see is in the distance, you see Ancelian with his staff over his head, the silhouette, kind of outlined in this greenish color. Rain starts to fall all around you. The giant turns and starts to stagger, hits the side of the building, collapses part of the building. Kale, you're on top of the building with it. Roll me a 20.
Oh, shit. All right. That's a 17.
Okay, Kale, you kind of jump over and grab part of the building. She's not so lucky. As the giant hits the building, the roof starts to tilt. She goes sliding down. She starts to scream as she's going down the roof. She's cursing at you, Kale, on the way down. Kind of rolls over once, hits the lip of it, bounces off the lip of the roof, falls 10 feet to the ground, or 15 feet
Nice,
to the
that's what I
ground,
was going to try to do.
hits the ground right next to Svetlana. She looks up and the bear is bared her teeth. She looks at her with this malice in her face. The bear reaches forward and grabs her face with its claw, and you just hear a skull starting to crush underneath this bear claw that's grabbed her. You see Daisuke from where you are, one of the eyes pop out of her head, and the whole face starts to just crush underneath this bear claw as she reaches down and grabs its neck.
Gross.
Kill day. Meanwhile, you, over on your side, you are in the back behind the this all happening. You've seen all this happening. Yeah. Your dog has got the other dog in its mouth. You have taken a bit of damage. You've been fortunate. This is a war going on, though, on the ground level. This friggin' bandit is trying to crawl back into the building now, the one that you've hobbled. He's trying to crawl back into the building. He'll never make it before you do. The other dog, Estelia, ends up ripping its neck out by the end of this round with where she's got her jaws on it. So please tell me what you want to do. Are you going to finish this guy, or are you going to move to him? What do you want to do?
I want to see if I can actually get an eye on the other one that ran away.
No.
No?
No.
Okay. Then this guy's just crawling and he's not doing much else?
Nope.
I'll kind of leave him and just start moving towards him.
Okay,
I'll
you will start walking
out.
towards him.
Yeah.
He looks back at you, sees you coming, and when he sees you coming, he just kind of stops. He kind of gives up. He just lays on his back. He's panting. He's bleeding really, really bad out of his knee. I give up. You got me. You got me. I give up. He takes his dagger. He lays it down on the ground next to him. He takes his sword, pulls out, lays it down on the ground next to him. Kind of throws it a little bit away. Says, just don't kill me.
Yeah.
Sorry. What the hell was that? It's raining down on you guys right now. What was that?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm guessing lightning, but...
Nuts. You got anything for this? He points at his leg. Come on, man, I'm gonna die. Because I didn't do anything to you. He looks at you up and down, sees that you're totally fine.
I'll approach him kind of hesitantly with one of my daggers drawn, and I'll see what I can do for first aid to kind of patch him up and keep him alive for now.
Okay. You look down at him. Yeah. There's the hole in the front of his leg is probably about maybe an inch big, but the hole in the back of his leg is about 4 inches around. You hit him real good. And he's probably going to die in the next 3 rounds unless you do something about it. But unfortunately, you don't have any human spackle or anything to fill his hole with. You can try and bind it as best you can, but you figure, not being a healer, you're going to need an Encellion for this one. At least.
I'll see if I can postpone it maybe for
yeah, you might be able to stabilize him.
Yeah.
Daisuke, you're floating around in the air right now above this whole thing. You don't see anybody that's moving around that is alive and a threat right now. And I'm going to take the hill giant off of the board right now because he's dead. and I'm also going to take the female ranger off of the board because she's dead right now.
Oh, thank goodness.
Yes. So, right now, Kale, you're on top of the roof right now, hanging on. The roof is totally collapsed. You can make your way down there, no problem, if you wanted to. Dice K, you're floating around. You see all this. And Celian, you can see Svetlana laying there on the ground next to the female ranger, and she looks like she's eating her neck. Ramza, you are laying there. Your senses are coming back to you slowly on the ground there. Widow is laying in a kind of a pile right over by where the bodies are. Everybody is alive right now. I need to know caller, because we're now out of combat. We move back to the caller situation. Ramza, what will the party do at this point in time?
I'm going to tend to Widow. I'd like...
you go running over to Widow.
How many heal spells do you have left, bud?
So, as a druid, do I have to prepare a certain amount at the beginning of the day? We didn't really discuss that.
Yeah, well, what you got is what I gave you on your sheet. That is your default set. So if you wanted to get more, you could get more, but you would have to sleep to prepare more. So,
so
the answer is 0.
Yeah.
Cool. Are there, I guess, I want to, do we think there's, I want to search the house. I want to see if there's any potions or supplies that the Rangers used for their journeys to help us along our journey.
Okay, so you want to go inside and do that.
I'd
you as in Ramza, or are you telling somebody else to do that?
I'd like Kale or Kilday to do that.
Okay.
Not going to be good out here. So.
Are you going to walk up to the? You're with the other bandit at the back of the group. Kilday, you're back at the back of the group. He goes, "Look, I can tell you where our supplies are, but you got to swear to me. You got to swear to me you'll use one of them on me. Fair?
Fair.
Help me up. I'll show you." Kale, you're coming around the back of the group by this point in time. You're sliding down the roof with the group. I imagine at this point, Daisuke, you're still in the air.
Yeah, I'm going to try to find my stuff. At least locate it.
Okay, yeah, it's landing on the ground is going to be the way you're going to have to do that. Are you going to change shape into a human?
Not yet.
Okay. Well, then you're just going to try and do it aerially?
Yeah.
Buzz around there? Okay, you're doing search and recovery by that. And Celian, what are you going to do?
Oh, let's see. I'll check on Svetlana.
Okay, you're
make
walking
sure
over to
everything's
Svetlana.
good.
As soon as you start walking across the field of battle, seeing all the bodies and the carnage everywhere, Svetlana comes rushing up to run to you. It's quite something, guys, to see a bear, 800-pound bear, come running at one of your party members. But she's so gentle with Celian. She comes walking up to him, starts licking his face and nuzzling up against his chest with her head, kind of growling under her breath. Meanwhile, Estelia is over at your heel, Kilday. Kale, what are you going to do?
I think I will search the place.
Okay, you're going to go into the place.
Yeah.
So when you go around back behind the place, you meet up and you find Kilday, who's got this bandit. He's helping up off the ground, and he's helping him up underneath his shoulder. Please role play out how you guys want to handle that situation. You guys have seen each other.
What happened here?
I shot him.
Listen, I'm one of the good
asked.
guys now, buddy. I'm one of the good guys. I'm showing your friend where we can find our supplies. He promised he'd use one on me because I'm getting dizzy.
Yeah, you'll be fine. Let's go.
Yeah, I need a rest, man. Let's go inside. So he shows you the place, and at this point, I think I'm going to remove all the fog of war from the place because it's relatively safe. What he shows you is inside of the building. You may not have seen it if it wasn't for him showing you, actually. So it turns out pretty well in your favor. Give me just a moment, and I will redo the map so you guys can see it. There you go. He shows you the secret room inside of the building. Unfortunately, it's not collapsed. Kale and Kilday, you are there. Ramza, you are tending to Widow outside. Daisuke is buzzing around looking for his stuff. Daisuke, you can see the guys through the holes in the roof and stuff like that. The place is collapsed on the side, so it's actually, you get a pretty good look at them. And Sullivan, you're able to see them too through this broken window as they open the door. There's a 10 by 10 room that's inside of there when you guys walk into the area. Inside of it, there is a large table that's pushed all the way against the back wall. As you guys get to the door, Kilday, he looks over at you, looks over at Kale for a second, looks like something crosses his mind for a second. He says, "Don't open that door." He goes, "Listen, it's trapped." He goes, "You're going to have to do this." He kind of pulls out a key out of his pocket. He hands it to one of you two, to Kale, because your hands aren't free. Yeah. He says, "Push open that part of the wall right there." He asks you to brush it aside, and there's this little recess in it. Just turn the key right there. Are you going to do as he says?
Well, I'm going to clarify to him that if anything happens to us, he does not make it out of this.
You're telling me I'm getting dizzy right now. Just come on, hurry, please.
No, I'll do it.
Kale, you open it. You hear a click, something behind the door. You hear something snap behind the door. "Okay, it's safe," he says to Kilday. You gonna open it, Kale?
Can I actually open the door with this bandit?
Yeah.
Okay, I will do so.
Okay, you open the door. You kind of have the bandit in front of you. When you do that, you see that attached to the ceiling was a spring-loaded plank with spikes on it. What you heard snap was the wire that held the tension on it. And so it's just disarmed. At the back of the room, there is a table there. There's all kinds of pieces of leather armor on it. You see arrows, crossbow bolts, a couple crossbows, a couple longswords. There's a strongbox, a metal strongbox on top of there. And there's a book and 2 potions that are sitting there. He goes, "Don't drink the pink one." He goes, "It's the blue one." He goes, "Let me have a little bit of it. Just maybe a little swig off of it, and the rest of you guys can do whatever you want with it."
Sounds reasonable.
You gonna lead him over, Kilday?
Yeah.
He goes over there, pops open the top of his hands are shaking, drinks a little bit of the top. Hands it over. Kale, you can look at the back of his leg. The back of his leg, it looks like it goes stone for a second, and then it kind of shatters off, and the flesh there is new. It's not totally healed, but his situation has been his status has been reinforced. Kilday, you and Kale are sitting there. He's standing there. He kind of gets his weight off of your shoulder, Kilday. He looks at you in the eyes, looks over at Kale at the eyes, goes, "Listen." He goes, "I'm going to get the hell out of here and pretend I never saw either one of you two." He goes, "But I'm going to tell you something. This is just the beginning, what you saw here. Because when you get to that tower," he goes, "you guys are going to want to turn and run." He goes, "There's stuff that lives on the top of there. The Bandit King, he's not even in control of it. All right?" He goes, they're hosting an orcish chief over there right now that they're trying to get to work with them. He's got a couple orcs in there. The place is crawling with bandits. He goes, "You guys are just better off leaving." He goes, I'm hitting the high road." He goes, "I'm heading north out of here." because you'll never see me again.
I'm gonna kind of tell him we're gonna wait till Ramza. This deals with you. I'm not in charge. I can't let you go.
I made a deal with you though, not this Ramza guy.
Yeah, you made a deal with me to get some healing potion, not to get out of here.
He looks over at Kale, looks over at you. All right, fine. We got a deal then. Tell him to take me to this Ramza guy.
Oh,
Okay, so outside, meanwhile, Daisuke, you're able to find your stuff in the wreckage. And Celian, Svetlana's hurt. She's taken some damage. She's not really all that bad off.
She's seen worse.
Yeah, she's seen way worse. Ramza, you need immediate medical care for Widow. Widow will not die. You've stabilized her. But if you want her to be useful as a mount, again, she will need immediate medical attention.
Now, I have a quick question.
Of course.
How big is the hill giant's head?
Well, it's an eighth of the size of the rest of its body, 17 feet, about 2 foot tall.
I want to lop that thing off when we got some time.
9-footed ninja, thanks so much for joining us. I think that might be you, Kale, actually, but thanks. So, yeah, you're going to go ahead and cut it off. Well, it's more important for me to tell you that looking at his head, all right, when you inspect his body, there's a blackened spot at the top of his head, okay, because that's the way electricity works. And the inside of his head is like ground beef at this point, all right? Well cooked. Thanks so much for following us. We really appreciate it, guys. That's so gratifying that you guys like what we do. So anyway, yeah, you can lop it off, but it's going to get messy. And as you're thinking about how you're going to do this, Kilday and Kale come out of the building. Daisuke, you're getting all your stuff back. Are you going to shape change into a human or into a anthropomorph soon?
Yes. I was
You're
going to
back to
ask.
full health. You get your health back.
Okay, it doesn't matter which form I choose?
Nope.
Okay, because of the current scenario and it being nighttime, I'll choose the bipedal form.
Okay, you are in your anthropomorphic form, standing there. So you're the first thing that this bandit sees when he walks out the building with Kale and Kilday, and his eyes get as big as saucers. He whispers to you, Kilday, "What the fuck is that thing?"
That's our friend. It's okay. He's not good.
That's what he's called.
Right.
I don't
And
know.
Celian, you're standing there with the bear. He looks like he wants absolutely no part of this bear. Ramsey, you're standing there with your helmet on, thinking about the best way to cut through this thing's neck. And Kilday and Kale are walking up to you with this bandit. Go ahead and roleplay it out how it goes. I'll be the bandit, of course.
Okay.
Ramza, you see what you see.
Do I see them, or am I just focused on
No,
chopping
you
them up?
see them before you haven't lifted your sword up yet. You're just kind of thinking about where the best place to cut is. And you see these guys walk out.
Taking that home with us?
No, I'm taking it to the tower.
Daisuke, the guy keeps looking at you the whole way they walk past you. Like he's trying to make sure you don't reach out and bite him all of a sudden or something like that.
So when we came out, did he see him like the weird bone snapping transformation part of it?
Oh yeah,
good.
that's why he's like,
good.
what the fuck is that? Kilday,
Gross.
you're with there. You and Kale are there with Ramza, and Celian, you're also there. Daisuke, you're within earshot. You're just putting your stuff on right now.
Okay.
Ramza, they've got a prisoner.
What's your name?
Baravin.
Baravin?
Yeah. He goes, I'm from Elmore.
What? You're from Elnor?
Yeah. What, that bad? He looks all of a sudden back and forth at you and Kilday and Kale.
No,
What's the tower doing here?
Look, before we go any further, I made a deal with Kilday here that I was going to show you guys where this stuff was in there. If you guys let me heal myself up. Now, I've been a good sport about this so far, right? I haven't betrayed anybody, right? He looks over at Kale and Kilday. I just want to tell you. I'm going to tell you what you want to know, but you guys, I just want you to let me go. You'll never see me again. I'm heading north. Screw this. This is way more than I signed on for.
I say you'll do more than just tell us what we want to know, and I take off my helmet.
You take off your helmet, and he looks like he wants to faint. He stiffens up, and you can actually legitimately see him shaking. Oh no. Oh, Hector prevail. Whoa. He looks like he doesn't even know what to say. He's just meeting your eyes just in terror.
You're going to tell us everything we need to know about this tower, and you're going to come with us.
Yeah.
And we're going to return to Alnor.
Yeah.
And you're going to fight to fix what you've done wrong.
Right, that's exactly what I'm going to do. Right.
That's what I thought.
Right.
And I put my helmet back on.
God. He holds his chest for a second, looks over at Kilday, looks over at Kale, kind of whispers under his breath. He goes, I thought the bat thing was the worst thing I was going to see today.
It's the worst thing for me most days, but you get used to the job.
What are you running with a drow for? He looks back and forth at you and Kilday. Listen, no offense. Listen, okay, this is what I know. I was part of this gang, all right? We lived in the caves over there, up by say, oh God, I'm sorry. I wasn't ready for that. I mean, how do you get ready for that, right? Look, deep breaths. It's gonna be okay. Deep breaths. Okay. Listen, I'm just a kid from Cordrand. You know, the war happened. Bad stuff happened. Food got scarce. We didn't know what to do. All right. So I just went with these guys, and it was a way to eat. Right. So we were waylaying people on the highway back and forth. Not too much. I mean, we were just like 5 of us. It was an easy way to live. I don't know anything about farming. I don't know anything about selling anything. It's the best I could do. Because you guys look like you've been around. Because you know how the war was. Well, anyway, about 2 weeks ago, we got this guy comes up to us. His name is Baron. All right. He says that he wants to take over our gang, wants to show us a good way to make more money than we could ever think we could make. That's how we got with Baron. Baron's the Bandit King. That's what he calls himself now. He thinks he's hot shit now because he's got all of us working for him, and I guess he is. He's tough, but he's really not that big of a deal. He's more than he thinks he's more than he is because he's got the towers.
Where did they come from?
Well, a long time ago, I guess. Well, I guess let me back this up a bit. He's got a girlfriend that works with him. Her name is Sharissa. All right, she's a wizard. I guess this Sharissa has been going around Almor, around North Province, around all over places. You guys ever heard of somebody called Daeron before?
Yes.
Okay, well, way back in the day, I guess there was a person named Daeron. This Daeron was like a prophet. And she saw the fall of the Great Kingdom coming, I guess. All right? She saw all this coming. And she said one day we would need the common folk, the humble folk of the land would need places to go. So she found all these really key strategic points all over North Province and Almor. And she buried or hid these little metal cubes, right? Anybody who knows the code word to these cubes can make them expand up into these massive fortresses, right? Well, I guess Baron found one of these cubes. It was here, right about where in the riverbed where the fortress is now, right? They're called the Steel Spires. Well, him and Sharissa, they found this way to expand them up, and now he's got these invincible towers there, right? Well, there's stuff that he didn't expect. This Daeurn is like, I guess she's like a god. And, like, griffins are sacred to her. So these 2 griffins, once he expanded these, they came up and they nested there on top of the roof. They laid an egg and everything. They ate one of our guys. So he doesn't even know what to do about these guys. But there's these griffins up there, all right? They're just kind of minding their own business for now. I don't know. I think they're just attracted to the tower. Well, anyway, he thinks that if he kills Cordrin down to the south, if he kills off the supply chain and everything, they'll starve themselves out eventually. So they'll be refugees. And they'll eventually have to come north because there's nothing down to the south. By that time, he expects to be so entrenched up here that he's going to be in charge of the whole area. So he's basically thinks that he's going to make himself kind of like a minor like barony or a kingdom here. I guess I just... Look, man, I don't care about plans. I don't care about Daeurn. I don't care about fortresses or griffins. I just want to eat, okay, man?
You just wanted some food.
That's all I care about. That's what half of my buddies want. All right, yeah, there's a few of us that aren't like that. But the truth is, we're just in this because it's a way to eat around here, man. The war was bad for everybody. And if you guys say I can go with you guys, I'm fine with it. Hell, I'll fight with you guys. I'll fight for you guys. But the truth is, I'm not really a fighter. I'm just a guy. I'm just a guy who's hungry. I can't split open the sky and make lightning come down. I can't command bears and bats and I sure as hell can't do things you can. He looks over at Ramza. But if you want me to fight for you, I will.
Sometimes being hungry makes the best fighter, and I'm going to look at Kilday.
Well, look, man. I told you what I know. I could tell you this. Those doors to that fortress don't open for anybody but him. He's got to be the one to open and close it. There's no way in. There's no way out. There's a hole on the roof. There's a trapdoor in the roof of both the towers. But again, he controls those. But getting close to those, there's guards there. There are arrow slits all up and down the sides of those. You guys are going to get massacred if you go up there. You're going to have to find a way in. You're going to have to find a way to deal with what he's got inside of there.
What about from underneath?
Well, I don't know. He goes, there's a basement to it. That's where he lives, is in the basement. But I think it's part of the fortress. Because the fortress, it's made out of black metal. Everything's made out of black metal. And when I've been down there, like, if you go in the east tower, at the bottom of it, that's where Sharissa, she makes potions and stuff, right? But they all live in the bottom. Him and his lieutenant. Well, the lieutenant doesn't live in the bottom. But he's there all the time planning with the Bandit King, with Baron. Him and all three of them are usually down there in the west tower at the bottom. Or is that the east? No, it's the one on the right. The one on the right.
And where are your friends?
You see, he makes this thing big and he makes it small, and so it's hard to tell what's north and what's south all the time. Like, he can move this thing when he wants. All he has to do is say the command word, collapse the place down, carry it with him. Bring it up somewhere else. You should see it when he makes it happen. It's incredible. Huh?
Do you know the command word?
Nah, I never heard him say it. Never heard him say it. But we got 3 other camps around here. He goes, 2 of my guys you got already. But one of them, I think Lewis ran.
Yeah, one did get away.
Listen.
Can you get in there?
Well, if you bring me to the front door, I'm sure they'd let me in. Oh my God, you're not thinking about what I'm thinking. You're trying to do.
Why please don't send you in there?
Please don't make me do that.
Listen, you said it yourself. Half of his guys just want to eat.
Yeah?
We got plenty of food
We
back.
got food. We got
Yeah,
pay.
but the guys that are there inside the thing, that's his loyal guys, okay? They're going to let me in there, and I'm going to get in the front door, and you guys are going to come afterwards, and I'm going to get murdered. There's going to be like 50 guys on me. I guess. Well, wait. Hold on. There's the 2 guards at the front door with the dogs. And then he's telling you guys this, and you're realizing he knows the entire layout of this place. He even knows where the guards are stationed. He goes, there's the 2 guards that are in the inner bailey. There's a bailey that connects the 2 towers. And they guard both of the doors in there. So I guess there's 4 guys that murder me and 2 dogs. And I've seen plenty what a dog can do already, thanks. He looks over at Kildare.
Exactly. We'll be fine.
Listen, what are we gonna do here? I mean, so you're just gonna send me in there and you're just gonna run in after me when they open the doors? What if they close the doors?
No. You're going to go in and you're going to tell your buddies that there's an entire army that is willing to pay you and feed you long term. And you're going to defect with half their force.
Oh, I like that idea. That might work. But I'm bleeding everywhere, and if Lewis went back to the tower already and warned them, we're screwed.
You got away too.
You can go warn them as well. Only if you're bleeding, though. Doesn't make sense if you're fully
Oh
healed.
man, no, come on. I've been through enough today, buddy. He goes, serious.
I can take the hat back off.
I already know what's under there, thanks. That's okay. Listen, I'll do what you say. I don't know how successful it's going to be if Lewis is already there. But the good news for you guys is Lewis is a pussy. I think he might have just head for the hills. He may not even have gone back to warn him. He might have just gotten scared.
Somebody's got to tell him what happened to the giant.
Oh, well, I guess. Well, look, if we're all going to do this, come back with me inside the house. I got to show you some stuff. He walks back in the house and looks at the bunch of you. Come on, I promise. I'm on your side. Let's do this. He gets in the building and goes right back to that secret room. He points at the book. He goes, we took this the other day from one of the merchants that came through. It's a spell book, supposedly, right? Because I don't know if any of you guys can use that. But I know our commander was pretty interested in it. So, there's this. He goes, this right over here, don't drink this. This pink stuff back there, she was using that to poison her stuff. Okay? So don't drink that. But this blue one here, this is it's good stuff. It'll heal you. That's the stuff that you had me drink a little bit before. And this strong box, hey, here's that key again. He hands it back to Kale. He goes, there's treasure in there. He goes, listen, if you're going to let me live, you guys can have every bit of it. I don't care. He goes, but all I'm asking you is if I'm letting you guys have all this stuff, I'm part of this now, okay? Treat me like you would one of you guys. Don't leave me hanging when I go in that place. That's all I'm asking. If you guys want me to fight for you, like you said, you guys say you want me to be part of your army, I will be, but you got to treat me like it. Is that fair?
All right, soldier.
All right, good.
Welcome to the team.
Welcome to the family.
Well, just to prove that everything's good, then he takes the key himself and he opens the strong box, flips the top open, and pushes it across the table to you guys. Inside of it, you see a bunch of gold. There's some silvery metal floating in there, and there's a bunch of black gemstones in there.
Is there anything magic with any of the weapons or anything in there?
I don't think so. No, he goes. But he goes, if you could find her body, he goes, I know that our commander's bow was magic. I think she had some arrows too.
Kildare, are you on that?
Yeah, I'm on it.
I'll show you where. I'll show you which one was which. She used to brag about it all the time. Oh, the black feathered arrows of death. Come on, I'll show you. So he leads Kildare out down the hallway. You guys are poking through. God, what happened to her face? He looks up at you, Kilday. Oh my! He throws up everywhere over his boots. Oh my God! What happened to her?
That'd be Svetlana.
Which one of you was... That's the bear, isn't it? Oh,
That's the bear.
God, what a horrible way to go. That guy's scary as hell. Did you see that lightning stroke?
Well, for a minute, yeah.
Yeah, I can still see it when I close my eyes. These arrows right over here, he points at the quiver. Anyway, you guys end up sorting through all the stuff that you have there. Who's going to end up taking the strong box with the loot?
We can put it on Widow.
Oh, that's a better idea.
What's that?
We can put it on Widow.
Okay, you put it on Widow.
Yeah.
And what are you going to do with the potion that is poison and the potion that is non-poison?
So, who likes using poison here?
Silence around the table.
Me, the ninja.
Daisuke can use poison.
Yeah, can Kilday use poison too?
Kilday can use natural poisons. This is an inorganic poison. Daisuke, make me a d20 roll.
5.
Gaetano just killed me out in the crowd. So a little healing and the new minion gets a backbone. I love it. So, okay, Daisuke, this is an inorganic potion. It looks like it might have been, from what you know now, was probably made by their magic user that brews potions in their basement. It is an insinuative potion, which means it is not something you pour in someone's food. It's something you coat weapons with.
Okay.
So, Kilday, you end up recovering a total of 5 magical arrows. Does it say anything? He doesn't. He just knows they're magical. He doesn't know what they do. I need to know what your party is going to do from now. It is right now. It is 12:20. We're past the 3-hour mark of our game. I'm going to continue on because I have a suspicion you guys may be able to push to the end here pretty soon. Okay, what will you do?
How much health are you at, Kato?
I'm not certain. I was up -8.
Kato, you are actually full right now because you have changed forms twice. Every change of form brings you back 10 hit points.
I'm at full health.
You have 1 change of form left today. And you are currently in anthropomorphic form.
And then I'm hurt, and my horse is hurt. Can I split the potion 50-50 between Widow and I?
You can.
Is everybody cool with that?
That makes sense to me.
You, Ramza, take 4 hit points back. And Widow looks like she is marginally better, but not a whole lot.
Is she better or not? Can she, like, move and stuff?
She can move and she can walk, but she's not going to run anytime soon.
That's okay. I don't think she'll be much use inside the fortress.
Right.
But I'm going to put that giant's head on top of my banner.
Oh my God. You're going to be carrying around that banner with a gigantic... It's going to look like you're carrying around a gigantic lollipop. You realize that, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, hell yeah.
You do that. He can. Doesn't he wish he could change into a little giant? Okay, guys, you're walking towards the north with your new Baravan, your new companion. Baravan is walking at the lead of your group because he's got to lead you the way. And every once in a while, he just kind of looks over his shoulder, keeps looking at that friggin' gigantic head stuck on top of the banner, blood rolling down the stick on it. Sticky hot blood. And Celia, it doesn't look to you much like Svetlana wants to leave you alone anytime soon. Kilday, your dog seems very happy to get on the road and get away from things. Estelia seems just totally fine with this whole thing. All right.
Did we happen to find that magic bow you mentioned?
No, you did find the magic bow, but the bow was broken.
Okay.
However, he did show you magic arrows.
Yeah.
And you got 5 of them.
Yeah, I did.
So
do
anyway, he goes to you and he says to Ramza as you guys walk towards there. You got about a mile out. He goes, "How long you guys want to give me?"
How long do you think you'll take?
Well, let's see. I could probably talk to all of the guys in 40 minutes, 45 minutes.
And if it's food and money they want, take the strong box and give them a taste.
No way, he goes. Those guys are thieves. He goes, what? He goes, if I start showing them money, he goes, they're liable to put a knife in my back for it. He goes, the promise will be good enough. But I will take one of these. He picks up one of the opals. He goes, just in case they need some enticement. I'll show it to them. That way they know I'm not BS. Sound good, guys?
Sounds good.
Makes sense.
All right, well, I'm going to go to the front door. If you hear screaming, he goes, they know something's going on. If I see Lewis, I'm going to send him back here to you guys, okay?
He's the one with the hole in his hand?
Yeah, he's got an arrow stuck in his hand. I don't know if he's going to be too friendly, but we'll see. Like I said, listen, he's a good kid. He's kind of young. Don't show him your face, buddy. He looks at Ramza. He goes, and actually, you might want to hide, too. He looks at Daisuke.
You and your friends should get out of the house more, see more of the world.
If this is what's out of the world, I'll stay in Almore. He walks away from you.
Or the Under-Earth?
What are you guys going to do for the about an hour it's going to take him to be gone and come back?
How much and how long would it take to coat some of our weapons with this poison?
It would take you almost no time at all. It takes you about 3 rounds to do it, so about 3 minutes.
Okay.
However, them using poison is going to go into conflict with a lot of their alignments and classes.
Okay.
Classes. Some of them are going to be like, no way.
So specifically, probably just me.
Absolutely just you.
Okay, yeah, that's what I'll do. My shuriken and my my sword. No, just my sword.
Okay.
The shuriken seems a little
Coat the
dangerous.
sword and the poison. All right. I need whoever. Let's have Kale do it. Kale, roll me a 20.
A 5.
About 20 minutes later, you see a kind of a figure come walking over from the west. Hey, is anybody out there? Hey, guys, anybody out there?
I'll kind of poke my head up.
Who is it?
It's a guy, a figure, a silhouette of a guy who's holding his
I
wrist.
said that. Who are you?
Oh, he goes, my name's Lewis. He goes, Baravan sent me.
What the fuck are we gonna do with this guy?
Are you guys the guys that shot me through my hand?
No.
He stops and, who the hell are you then?
I'm much worse. The guy who shot you through your hands back there.
Oh, right. Listen, I give up. There's a hole in my hand. I can't really shoot at you anyway. Listen, I lost a lot of blood, and Baravan said I could get healing here, and maybe we could all be pals.
We were fresh out of healing. We can bind the wound, but
Your safety,
I'll
right?
take it. What the fuck is that? He looks up. He sees this head stuck on this banner.
That's our banner.
what's your giant?
It's a statement.
He actually passes out. He faints on the spot.
All right. We'll make him
Make it
comfortable.
easier to work with.
What are you guys going to do with him?
Tuck him into the corner, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah. Put him somewhere comfy, lean his head up against a tree or something.
Okay.
Recovery position.
True to his word, about an hour later, Baravan comes back. Looks at you guys, he goes, he's by himself. He looks at you, he goes, mission accomplished. He goes, look, I talked to the guys. He says, I got 7 of them. They're all camped out south of the the towers except for one of them. One of the guys I got is one of the guys that's in the inner bailey. He's one of the guards there, okay? He's willing to let us in. He says if we don't go in an hour, he's leaving by himself to join the rest of them. Everybody else, he says, if we don't meet them in an hour, he goes, they're going south and they're going to surrender at Cordrin. I gave him your names. I hope you guys don't care.
Absolutely.
All right, good. Well, how do you want to handle this then? Are we going in or are we staying out?
How does the Bandit King like a challenge?
I don't think he likes one at all. I think he's, like I told you, I think he's a blowhard myself. I'm more scared of his girlfriend.
Well, shall we?
Yeah, I mean, we've come this far.
Yeah, we're going in. If that's okay.
I was afraid you guys were going to say that. All right, well let's do this. I told him that I was gonna go to the front. I was gonna ask get let in. He was gonna let us in, and come what may, I guess. He goes, the other guards though are at the front. They're gonna have something to say.
Yeah, well, they can talk to the Giant's head.
You're not really gonna take that with us, are you? Because what the hell happened to Lewis? He looks over at him in the
I
corner.
point up to the Giant's head.
He's taking a nap.
Yeah, that figures. Leave him here. He's no good to us anyway. He says, listen, Jesus Christ, little brother. He shakes his head looking at him.
Right in the field.
He goes, listen, he's my little brother, all right? He goes, but he didn't want to do this either. He's just as hungry as I am, and he's even less put together than me. Listen, which is saying something. Okay, here's what I say. We go to the thing, but the guards that are there, they're going to have something to say. Okay? Now, the guys I said are going to surrender, they're all going to want to leave when I get in there. I'm taking them out of there, all right? Because they didn't want to leave their posts because the king would know something's up. So what do you want to do?
Are you guys fighting with us, or are you guys leaving?
I didn't even ask them to fight with us. You just told me to make sure they got out of there.
Fair enough. That was an oversight on our part.
Well,
We'll
run into them, won't we?
Oh, yeah. He goes, but when they see us, they see you guys, they'll know what to do.
Yeah, okay.
All right, well, let's do this, I guess. How are we going to make sure that the two guys at the door and the dogs don't just yell the jig is up, though?
I don't know, you tell us. We can put some arrows in them.
I don't know. I got an idea. But you're going to have to give that up. He looks up at the giant head.
What's your idea? I'm really attached to this thing.
The guys at the front gate, they're not going to leave unless something really serious happens, right?
Yeah.
If we get that giant head out there, it's covered in blood. One of those griffins is going to come down and it's going to want to eat. Right?
Yeah.
There ain't too much bigger of a distraction than that. Yeah? Yeah, it sounds great.
Oh, yeah, that's fine.
So one of you guys will help me carry the giant head over there.
Wouldn't a floating giant's head be a little scarier?
Yeah, but they know something was up. If I just bring it there and I tell them, hey guys, there's somebody out there that's macking people left and right, and I bring it like on a cart or something, they're not going to freak out and yell to close down the place right away. That's my thing.
Fair.
And then I could pretend, oh no, I didn't expect the Griffins to come down and get it. Dumb bandit me. Right?
Dumb bandit you. All right.
Okay, so we'll do that.
Here's the giant head.
Okay, so what am I going to wheel it on? Does anybody have like a cart or a... but can I walk it on your horse? He looks over at you, Ramza. Or
I think you can carry it.
could we disguise the bear as a horse? I don't know. I can't carry this thing. Are you kidding me? This thing's massive. I gotta carry this thing a mile?
Soldier's gonna get tough.
We can strap it to your back.
Start strapping. He shakes his head. I can't believe this. You know, when I woke up this morning, this is not exactly what I expected to be dealing with.
Next to deal with us.
Yeah, I guess so. Do you guys end up carrying giant heads for miles? Okay, so he end up and you guys end up strapping this giant head on a rucksack on his back. And he just shakes his head and looks back at it. It feels like it's looking at me.
Make sure you take it off before the griffins start eating it.
Oh, you better believe that. Follow me at a distance where you can still see me, I guess, right?
Yeah.
So.
Can I knock an arrow again, just in case?
Oh, yes, you can. So the whole group begins to make this traverse.
Is there anything I can do to, like, bind my stab wound that doesn't involve magic?
No, there are tricks that you guys have, tricks of the trade that you've been taught to, by which you can heal yourself, but unfortunately you have to be significantly of higher level than you are to make that happen. So
it's all good. I'm not that badly hurt.
Yeah, which is a good thing because it's not gonna.
Yeah.
It really wouldn't happen. Okay, so your group is making this traverse to where the Steel Spires actually are. You're following this. You're following your newfound friend there, Baravan. The thought crosses your mind that Baravan could double cross you, but he doesn't. The more you're getting out of him, the more you're realizing he really doesn't seem the type. You think you're a pretty good judge of his character, that he was telling the truth, that he honestly is just hungry. You know, these guys are. That's really all of them. Is they're all just hungry men that didn't know where else to go in the wake of the war, which kind of is a sad thing. I mean, it tells you about what the horrors of war. But soon enough, you guys find yourselves in front of these towers. These towers are absolutely massive in scale. They're probably about you figure 30 feet, 40 feet tall. Each one of them is about 50 feet around. They're made of this solid, dark metal. Much to his word, the river is flowing behind it. The rain is still coming down in the air. In part because of the natural weather, in part because of Ancellion's move. There are two guards that are standing in front of the door. Both of them have crossbows. They're kind of just sitting there. Two dogs in front of them. They're both on chains. Both of them are sleeping, curled up in balls at his feet. Now that you're getting closer to the thing, every once in a while you think you do see motion at the top of the towers. You guys can watch Baravan with his rucksack, his silhouette, as he's walking up to the front doors. Place. See him having a discussion with the guys. Animated discussion. The dogs are barking at him. Kind of takes a couple steps back. Pulls out the rucksack. He puts it out of the side. You see motion at the top of the tower. One of the towers. The left tower. Something flies up off the top of the tower. Time goes by. A little bit of time goes by. Stabs out from the night sky. This massive white feathered griffin lands on the ground in front of the tower, shrieks out loud to them all. These guys freak when they see this thing. The guards do. They go into full panic mode. The doors to the place open wide. The double doors that are on my screen right now open wide for these two guys in front of them. And you see a guy with a crossbow standing there. Baravan yells, "It's on!" He yells. And starts running inside the building. What will you guys do? Are you guys going to follow him, or are you going to leave him to it?
You should follow him.
Yeah.
I'll start by casting invisibility on myself.
Dice K disappears, becomes invisible right away.
Nice.
Okay, so let us get a little bit more visibility on what you guys see when you walk in there. You walk into the place, and as soon as he yells that, the dogs are barking like crazy. Inside of the place, you see six figures. Two of them are guards, and they are over by the doors, the two sets of double doors that you see on the screen. And I'm going to make this actually even a little smaller so you guys can see a little bit better. There you go. Okay. There are two sets of double doors, and the ones that you walked through. Okay, the ones you walked through are on the south of the screen. The two sets of double doors on the east and the west side of the screen are guarded by men with crossbows. Baravan is in the middle of the room. There are two other guards, there are three orcs that are wandering around the room. Those three are kind of making a triangle right where you see my mouse. Oh, excuse me, right where you see my mouse. Those are the three. And at the rear of the room, there is a fourth figure. He's much taller than the rest of the orcs, much more well-built. Everybody turns to see you as Baravan comes running into the room. The two guards that are at the door look at each other. One of them you hear yell, "Baravan, you really fucked up this time!" And one of them runs away from the place. I'm the hell out of here before Baron sees what you've done. The other guy looks like he doesn't know what to do. You guys are all following in front, behind Baravan as he walks in. At this point in time, right as I have to ask Matthew a question because he's the party caller, he leaves.
I'm still here.
Okay. Caller, what is the marching order of the party as you run into this place? Who's at the front?
I think I'm at the front. I don't know where Invisible Boy is. And then I probably actually Kale. I want Kale to lead the charge, and I'll follow in behind him.
Sure.
Okay.
And then Ansleon and Daisoke coming up.
I would have thought that you would have had the Japanese pronunciation down to a T. You disappointed.
You know what? I'm sure Jeremy's going to ring me out for that one.
Yeah, I know. I know he will. I practiced just so I wouldn't sound like a tool in front of Jeremy myself. So, I'm not going to lie.
I was trying to remember his name because it's not on his Zoom name, so I got distracted.
Invisiboy, where do you want to be?
Preferably either at the back or at the front, but at the back probably.
Okay, I'm going to have you at the back of the party. Where are my other dudes? Okay, I have you guys. Where is Celine going to be? And along with Svetlana?
Probably with their owners.
Yeah, but where's Ancelian going to be?
Estelian?
Ancelian, a.k.a. Ian.
Oh,
your druid.
Yeah, sorry.
Ramza, what a party leader. You're really doing good job, military man.
He was just worried about the giant head.
Way to control your assets. Okay, go ahead. What do you got?
I want Ansleon kind of coming up behind me with the bear, and then Stetson taking up the rear because he's going to be shooting.
Okay. What you are fortunate for is that I had both of the guys at the front The guards, as soon as the door opened and they realized that there were trouble, they failed their morale check. So they are not in play for this. So that's fortunate for you. What is also fortunate for you is that so you're not going to be attacked from behind. What is not fortunate for you, however, is you are in a room full of armed people. And so I'm going to need you guys to start rolling initiative checks right now. Please, D6 for everybody.
Can I loose my knocked arrow?
What's that?
Can I loose my knocked arrow before we start?
If you wish to attack right away before you do anything, then yes. I need to know that that's what you want to do, though. Is fire before you're going to shoot first and ask questions later.
Yeah, never mind. Good point.
At least at the orcs, I don't think the orcs are going to be on our side.
Who knows?
You said, yeah, the triangle are the orcs, right?
Yep, the triangles. The triangle of where my cursor is going right now. Those three icons are orcs.
I'll shoot the one standing next to the big guy.
Okay, make me a 20, please.
Now, if we brought the giant head in, would the griffins follow it in?
They wouldn't be able to get in.
Okay.
I rolled a 10 for my 20.
Okay. D6, please.
4.
You shoot the orc with an arrow. Everybody's turning around to see when this is all happening. The first thing that happens, your whole group is charging in there. Kildae's arrow leads you in there, and it hits this guy right through the mouth and out the back of his head. He drops like a cut marionette. That's one down. What's everybody's initiative at this point in time?
5.
5 for Daisuke, 5 for Incelian, 5 for Kale, 5 for Ramza. What'd you get, Kildae? Oh,
I got a 1.
Oh, thank God.
1 for Kale.
I got a 6.
Okay, 1 for Kale. Okay, well, you go first, Ramza, and everybody in here, for the exception of Kildae and Kale, goes first. So I will go Ramza, Daisuke, and Celian in that. No, Ramza, and Celian, Daisuke in that order. Ramza, what are you going to do first?
Can I just lance the big guy at the back?
You are running. Are you going to run with your lance and use it as a spear weapon? Is that what you're attempting to do? Did I get that right?
All right, my horse is down, isn't it?
Yeah.
Um.
I would imagine that she is outside.
Yeah, she's.
And I would also imagine she is a significant distance away from this combat because you don't want her to become griffin food, do you?
I sure don't.
Right. That's what I would expect you to say.
Griffins
are hungry, yo.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to use it I'm just going to ram into him and then draw my longsword.
Which one are you going to go for, an orc, you said, or the chief orc?
The big guy.
Oh, Rams out like a true cavalier. Roll me a 20, buddy.
I got a 9.
Did you see, Jeremy? Rams, I dare you to mount an enemy and ride him into combat against his fellows.
I'm halfway through replying.
Okay. You charge this orc, and he kind of just sidesteps away from it. You hit this table behind him that's full of food, and it looks like it might have been a tribute to these guys. Your turn, and Celian. What are you going to do?
All right. So are there any kind of close to the doorway here? I'm just trying to remember which one's which.
No, the two that are right where you see my cursor, there's 1, and then there's 2. The other 2 on the outside of there are guards. There's no way of telling if they're Baravan's friends or not.
Right. Okay, well, Svetlana and I will probably go for the one that's closer on the right.
Okay. Roll me you're going to use your staff as a quarterstaff weapon, as a melee weapon?
Yeah.
Okay, roll me a 20, please, and I will roll for I'll let you roll for Svetlana.
Oh, actually, could I try and trip him with my staff?
Of course you can. Make me a 20.
7.
Please don't tell me, Ian, that you used to play one of those fighter types that used spiked chain and improved trip all the time as a trip monkey attack back in the day.
I did play a hunter in Pathfinder, though, that lots of playing off each other with your pet.
Okay, I was going to say that trip monkey trick was so bad. Anyway, so you go ahead. What'd you roll again?
7.
Okay, you hit him, and he wouldn't have fallen except for the ponderous bulk of an 800-pound bear also hits him at the same time. So you sweep his legs clean out from underneath him. Svetlana comes down upon him, and the result, well, we'll just say it isn't really pretty. Yeah, she's starting to rake at him. He stopped screaming within about a second of her being on top of him. The next is going to be Daisuke. You are still invisible. What are you going to do?
So I'm going to move into the room. I think there's still bigger fish to fry, so I'm not going to make an attack.
Okay.
However, I will have my sword drawn, and I am trying to be as stealthy as possible.
Excellent. Kaylin, you go ahead and you do that. You are moving into the room, and you are over
I need the big guy.
on the side. Ian is going to be right here. And we will mark that orc off of the board. Okay. Kilday would be next normally, but now it's one of their turns.
Kaylin, you should study the big guy to plan an assassination.
One of the crossbowmen, the one that is closest to where Kaylin is standing at the door, shoots a crossbow bolt at the big orc.
Nice.
You better be right about these guys, Baravan. He goes, I'm right. He hits him, the guy kind of turns over and snarls. The other crossbowman is, I don't care what you said about these guys. He shoots at Ramza. Ramza hits you right square in the middle of the shield.
That's good.
Okay, Kilday, your turn. No, I take that back. It would be is Kale's turn at this point.
Okay. So Ramza is... Who's Ramza engaged with again? Is he fighting the big orc?
Yeah.
Yes, he is. I'll move him over there, too.
Okay. And then the other orc. Is anybody locked in combat with that other orc?
No, not yet. He's his own orc right now.
Okay, well that will be me then. I will move over to the orc and...
Okay. Nick goes ahead and does that. Falchion or open hand, or what do you want to do?
Yeah, so that's what I was going to ask. Is it... So I'm more likely to hit open hand, but I deal more damage with the falchion, right?
That is correct. However, there is one other factor that you should account for. You get 2 attacks this round with an open hand attack because you're 5 over 4.
Okay. Well, that's what I'm going to do then. I'm not going to draw
Dispenses with the falchion. Roll me 2 20s.
All right. That's a 4.
Mm-hmm.
And that's correct. There we go. That's an 18.
Not only did you hit him, but even if you don't kill him, he is stunned for 3 rounds.
Oh,
Kale,
he
ducks your first punch. The second one, you open hand, ridge hand him right across the throat in the nerve cluster area. His whole body stiffens up. Make me a damage roll, a d6, please.
6. That's a 5.
Actually, you hit him hard enough that when you hit him there, you actually shatter his carotid artery. And his whole body... Blood just explodes out of his mouth and his nose, and he just falls down to the ground dead.
Gross.
The other orc standing there at the back of the room, he's with... Oh, boy. Go ahead, Kale. Kilday, what are you going to do? Boy, I got guys dropping like flies around here.
I'm going to shoot the one with the crossbow.
Okay. Roll me 2 rolls, please.
Again, I'm trying to just disable, not kill him.
Okay.
9 and a 16.
Okay, the first shot misses him. The second shot hits him in... make me a damage roll, please. D6.
6.
Did you want to incapacitate him or de-weapon him?
I'll de-weapon him.
Okay, you hit him in the crossbow, and his crossbow actually explodes into flinders. when you hit him. And he just looks like, it looked a little bit like Ramza, how he was riding through the air on his horse when he didn't realize it wasn't there after the giant cut it out from underneath him. This guy looks like he was getting ready to shoot. He's like, there's something missing here. Okay, now the giant orc is going to attack Ramza. Orc comes down and he takes his sword. He has a big broadsword up. He swings down. He comes down on Ramza. Ramza's got the shield up right in time. You hear this massive sound of metal clinging against metal. Ramza, your turn. What are you going to do?
I'm going to swing the longsword at him.
Mm-hmm. 20.
And then, do I get 1 or 2 swings?
You get 2. No, you get 1. I'm sorry, 1 this time. 1 this time.
I got a 20.
Oh, boy. Okay. Make me a D... Actually, for him, make me a D12. D12. One of the few uses for the D12 in D&D.
11.
Oh, man. You guys all watch. The guy comes down with the broadsword, and as he does it, it leaves him wide open. Ramza, the reason why he picked the shield up is so he could take his longsword and goes right underneath the rib cage, straight up through the ribs. You feel just the blade just go through his body like a hot knife through butter. You actually can see a little bit of the steel in his mouth for a moment as you let it go, and his whole body just drops to the ground, dead.
That's okay.
One shot. What?
I only needed the 1.
Woo! 1 shot. Okay, the guy with the crossbow, no crossbow in his hands, holds up his hands. Goes, okay, you convinced me, Baravan. These guys are good.
Wise choice.
Right. You want me out of here, or you want me with you?
You pick up a weapon and you come with us.
Yeah, this one will do. He picks up he picks up one of the bows for the one of the orcs. God, this is horrible.
Is there a longbow here?
Huh? It's a short bow. It's a short bow.
Is there any longbows in the room?
No, just short bows.
Okay.
He picks it up. He's like, okay, let's do this, I guess. Ramza, he goes, I don't know where your buddy is, where Dice Gate is, but let's go this way through the west. He goes, that's where they're going to be.
Okay.
Can I switch to my 2 daggers?
Yes, you can. Switch your 2 daggers.
How long does a round of combat last for?
A round of combat is technically 1 minute, but because you guys wasted people that fast, in that was more like about 30 seconds.
Okay, but just for like things like breathing and stuff, it's a minute?
Yeah, it's a minute.
Okay.
He looks at you. He says, listen, we're going to open these doors. He says, there's 6 guys in here, all right? You're going to have the 4 crossbowmen. They're all going to be in the tower corners, all right? You don't know how many of them are on our side, how many aren't. There's going to be 2 guys in the middle. Both of those guys, swords, could be on our side, might not be. How do you want to play this, Ramza? He says before he opens the door.
I'm gonna shield and lance ready, and kind of cower. Not cower. That's a bad word. I'm gonna stand ready behind it, and then I'm gonna open the door and say who's with us.
And can I be directly behind you this time?
Yeah.
Just because I feel like I have a little bit more hit points to soak up shit.
Right. I keep forgetting that.
3, 2, 1. Here we go. He opens up the doors. And when he opens up the doors, this is what you see in front of you. True to his word, there's a very large circular area. And in it, there are 6 gentlemen. Or I should say, bandits, not gentlemen. These men are all, as you can see, in the corners. There's 2 in the corners of each of the there's 1 in each of the corners, and there's 2 in the middle. All right. You ran in first, Matthew.
Yeah.
And so I will drag you into here.
And I think Stetson was right behind
Stetson
me.
said he was right behind you.
Yeah.
He is coming too. Kale, you're fast enough. I need to know where you want to be in relation to them. You can be anywhere you want to be.
What do you guys think? Do we want to do the same thing as before?
I mean,
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, may as well.
That's great tactical advice there, leader. Good job.
Well, I mean,
Good
it
job.
might be nice to get somebody on the far side of the room taking out those crossbowmen if they are becoming hostile.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Where are you going to go, Ian?
Going to kind of hug the wall along the south side.
Okay, is that a hide in shadows attempt that I hear on the down low?
Sure, let's try it.
Roll me a percentage die. And Celian, where would you like to be?
I'm going to can I get as far as the guy in the bottom left corner there?
Yes, you can.
Okay. Yeah, I'll be making my way
You
there.
and Svetlana come rushing in there. Ian, the only way that you're going to be able to do that, however, is actually if you ride Svetlana as a mount, which is possible. Will you do that?
Sure.
Yes. I thought.
Can't imagine ever saying no to that question.
Yes, you and Svetlana are on there, and Svetlana is all about it. Dice K, you're invisible.
Yeah.
No one, everybody has lost complete track of you where you are. So where are you going to be?
So I'm going to wait for this kind of commotion to go through first because I don't want to get hit by any stray arrows.
Okay, so you're
And
holding
then
holding your position with the doors open?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, this is a surprise round right now. Okay, so as you go in, Kale, what'd you roll on your percentage dice, Kale?
There's a 11.
Oh, nice. Okay. You get another movement right now, Ramza. Tell me where you want to be.
I think I'm gonna go right to that last set of stairs so that I'm kind of covered from the back.
Okay, so you're going all the way to the back set of stairs, right?
Yeah, and I'm gonna turn around and address the center of the room.
Okay. I assume you're going to position yourself kind of in a place where the crossbowmen really don't have that much good access to you.
Yeah.
Okay. Kalen, or excuse me, Stetson, where you want to go?
I'm going to go into the middle of the room so everybody is within range of me.
Okay, you're in the middle of the room. And Celian, you are close enough to attack that crossbowman if you want to. However, you do not know if he is on your side or not. What are you going to do?
I'm gonna point my staff at him and say, with us or against us?
He's on your side now if he wasn't before. Same side, he says, puts his hands up.
Hey, that's what I thought.
But he sees Svetlana. You got to remember this, okay? There's an 800-pound brown bear there with this druid on top of it with a staff up in his hand who's just commanded lightning to rain down from the heavens. Say, with us or against us. What do you think this guy's going to say?
Oh, that's fun, done.
Nick, what are you going to do? Where do you want to be? You have a second move, right? This is the actual round itself.
What do I want to do?
You feel like you're hidden in shadows.
I think I want to move to the nearest person.
Okay, that would be up here. That crossbow.
Okay.
Are you going to attack him, or are you going to remain in position?
I want to disarm him, if possible.
Roll me a 20.
All right. That is an 18.
He's got his crossbow there. You come out of the shadows just like you're a living part of the wall. The guy turns around. He looks like he was about ready to try and shoot you, but before he can, you've got his arm in this exotic hook lock. He's down on his knees, and he's just hanging on for dear life. Look at you like, same side. He looks at you. You can tell he was getting ready to shoot, but he's changed his mind. You've persuaded him that you guys are the winning side to be on. So, next would be their turn at this point in time. Now you get to find out the guys that actually really aren't on your side. And one of them is the guy that's in the bottom corner of the room is going to loose a crossbow bolt at Stetson. Stetson, he misses you. The other one from the corner, since you're in the middle of the room right now, he also, the other corner, he shoots at you and misses you. The guy from the top of the area, of the bandit from there, moves downward, and he's going to try and melee with Stetson. And realizes now that Rams is over there, and it's like, oh, well, I guess I'll be screwed here in a second. But he's going to fight Stetson anyway. Takes his short sword and rolls a 20. Nice. Well done, buddy. Good job. Takes 7. Takes his short sword, hits you really, really clean across your forearm. Bright red blood poking forth from there. Your dog is immediately going to melee with him, I can tell you that. And the other guy, the other guard, turns around and runs into the corner to attack this crossbow. Sorry, Henry, he goes, Buster, you know what I mean. Hits him with his short sword. Oh, runs the crossbowman right through with his short sword. Kind of like, I thought you were on our side. I lied, buddy. I lied. He's holding him up with his sword. Ramsay, your turn. What are you going to do? You have 2 enemies in this room.
I'm gonna lance the guy. I'm gonna run and lance the guy that just attacked Stetson with a short sword.
Okay, make me a 20, please.
16.
D8, please.
6.
Stetson, you watch Ramza. He slams into this guy with his lance at such force that 2 of them get carried further deeper into the room. You've got a clear shot at the guy in the corner now. Are you going to fire at him with your daggers? You going to throw them? Or are you going to melee? Or are you going to melee?
I'm going to throw my daggers.
Okay, roll me 3d20. Or 2d20, excuse me.
And again, I prefer to incapacitate rather than kill.
Got it.
12, a 9, and a 13.
2d4, please.
Both 4s.
You hit him in both kneecaps with your daggers, and the guy just drops to the ground screaming in pain. As you're hearing all this going on, you hear noise from downstairs. And Berevan looks at you. He points at the stairway that Ramza's right next to. He goes, "This is it. They're right down here." You guys gonna keep moving?
Yeah. These people.
Kill. The guy that you're holding in the grip goes, "I'll guard the door if you let me go."
Is
Sounds
there
like a
a
good deal.
big room downstairs?
He goes, "It should just be the 3 of them."
No, but is it a big room like this room?
Yeah, it's almost exactly like this.
Perfect.
How many are downstairs?
It should be just the 3 of them. But somebody's coming upstairs right now. Whoever's going downstairs got to meet him on the stairs.
Can I push him down the stairs with my lance?
If you want to run down the stairs and meet him halfway.
Oh,
try.
yeah.
Okay, you see Ramza. That's all he needed to hear. He goes flying down the stairway. Now
I'll
we
head
go
over the stairs as well.
to this man.
Yeah.
Okay, everybody else is going as well? Is that what I heard?
Yeah.
Okay. Let us remove Fog of War in this area.
Can I get Astalia to stay back? And I'm going to get her, like, if any of the bandits try and run, to catch them.
Yes. Astelia stands back with the other bandits. And Astelia is playing her mean doggy role right now that you have trained her. She's looking up at the bandits. And one of the bandits is like, "Oh, nice doggy." He kind of looks at her. Meanwhile, you guys are running downstairs. And this is what you see. Same marching order, I assume, Matthew, as before?
I want Kato.
Can I go first?
Daisuke going first.
I'm still.
Yeah, Daisuke, you go first. You go first for everybody right now because you've been holding your attack. Well, you want to hit.
Well, there's this guy coming up the stairs, right?
Yep.
If possible, I'd like to slide past this guy.
Okay. Make me a percentage die, please.
Okay. Um, 48.
This guy is about maybe 6'5", 6'6", and he's really ponderous as he's coming up the stairs. It is really, for a guy like you, who just kind of is so slippery and lithe, it's real easy for you to circumvent this guy as he comes down the stairs. Meanwhile, this is what you have. You have, first, Kalen and Daisuke. I will move you. Daisuke, you are right here in the room itself. Matthew, you are charging down the stairs. I will put the rest of you on there as you get down there. The only person I need to ask a question of before we do any further is I need to know if Kale would like to be in any other position. What position do you want to be in? You're fast enough. You're faster than everybody. If you get primacy as far as where you want to be.
I will follow Ramza.
Okay.
I think Ramza should lead the way.
Okay, Ramza's going down there as a battering Ramza right now with his shield and his spear. Roll me a 20, battering Ramza.
I want to battering Ramza. I want to knock this guy down the stairs. Oh, with a 9.
Okay. Well, you miss him with the lance. Now roll me a 20.
A 9.
But your whole body, you're just going to run into him. So you slam into him, and both of you start clanking down the stairs in this horrendous clatter of metal armor and cries of pain and the sound of bodies bouncing off of adamantine steps as you go down these stairs. It basically sounds like a car crash going downstairs. Ramza, take 6, please. And he takes 4. Ramza, the living weapon, somebody wrote. Ramza, you guys all end up in this clatter of bodies on the side. Now, this guy did not expect this at all. Kalen, I need you to please roll me a 20.
Okay. Uh, 11.
You are barely able to avoid the body of this gigantic fighter as he comes rolling down the stairs like rolling thunder towards you. So you move yourself a little bit deeper into the room. Now, I had Kale next because of his movement primacy. Kale, where would you like to be in the room at this point?
Okay, so there's this guy that Matt... I mean, I think I just want to go up and knock this guy, like just finish this guy off that Matt
You could.
barreled upstairs with.
You could do that.
Yeah,
Would you like to do that?
I think that's what I'm going to do. I think I'm going to use my falchion.
Okay. Roll me a 20.
All right. That is a nat 20.
Ramza, the thing that you see is your body, as the world stops spinning, you come to rest, you see Kale come flying over top of you with a leap, spins his falchion over his head one time, and comes straight down with it. Roll me your damage, buddy. Roll me a D8.
D8.
Or yeah, hold on for a second.
Yeah.
That would be a... In this case, that is a... No, 2d4, I'm sorry.
2d4, okay.
2d4. One of the few people that's used a falchion in my games before, sorry.
No worries, that's a 2 and a 4.
Oh, okay, good. You see him hit this guy wails out in pain. The falchion, when you hit him, Kale, it rips open the cloth that he's wearing on top of it, reveals this banded armor underneath it. You hit him really square, you feel like, and you didn't really do all that much damage. This guy might be pretty tough, you figure.
All right.
But you've landed on the other side of him. You and Matthew have him surrounded. And Celian, I suppose you and Kilday will be next. What order are you coming down the stairs in, and what will you do? There's a pile up at the bottom of the stairs. It's going to be hard for Svetlana to get past it, but you guys are human-sized or smaller. You guys can skirt it easy, as can the dog. Oh, no, the dog's upstairs. I take that back.
If I'm still riding on Svetlana's back, can we not just...
You could leap. You could try and leap, but if you land on one of them, it could be ugly. You gonna leap?
Yeah. We're heroes.
Roll me a 20.
I'm going to roll my Svetlana deck for this one. 15.
Okay, maybe one more roll.
That's a natural 20.
Kale, you come flying through the air, hit him with your falchion, you kind of fall to the side, and the next thing you hear is this growling right next to you. You look up just in time to see this massive shadow coming out down the stairway, leaping down the stairway, and Cillian holding onto her neck for dear life, clears Ramza, lands right on this guy. 800 pounds worth of her from a height of about maybe 15 feet. It's WWE special right over here. All right, let's make a system shock roll. Oh, I just rolled a 00. Okay, this guy, when you hit him in Celian, you and Svetlana land directly on his chest. You hear something cave in and collapse underneath the metal. This guy, his eyes bug out for a second, and blood is coming out of his mouth. He's thrashing underneath her weight and everything. Can't speak. Like bubbles are coming up out of his nose and out of his mouth. Kilday, you're next down the hallway. What are you going to do?
I'm going to pull my bow out as I'm going down, get an arrow ready, and then see what I get in the room.
Okay. Well, you see when you get in the room, Stetson, as you clear this whole conflagration that's happening here, and it is a conflagration at this point in time. I've got to get him off the board. Put Ian on there. Ian, yeah, that was... Oh, we don't want to do that. Oh, man. All right. Anyway, you go into the room, Stetson, and what you're able to see when you go in there is the back of the room. There are two figures. There's a male and a female that are standing there. Both of them are... The male looks like he's rushing the door, whereas the female is standing back and it looks like she's in the middle of casting a spell.
What can I do to interrupt the spell?
Any kind of damage to her will interrupt the spell.
Okay, I'm going to do one called shot for the throat, and then the other two are just shots at all three of them at her, if that's possible.
Well, all right then. Make me a die roll.
So the call
three die
shot
rolls, I should say.
Mm-hmm. And that is a 19.
Okay.
And then the other two shots are a 9 and a 4.
Oh my. I need to check something out about... Make me 3d6 for... Or make me a d6 for damage, please.
That'd be 3.
Okay. Okay. The first shot is the one that you needed. The first shot comes right over the top of the shoulder of the guy that's rushing the door, hits her right in the throat. The spell, she drops a bunch of cobweb onto the ground. And she's grasping for her throat, reaching down for something else. Looks like a wand at her waist. That's what you see going on. It is your turn right now, Daisuke. What would you like to do?
So the male is heading for the door.
Yes.
Okay. I think I'll move along a path where there's the least confusion. There's this big dog pile behind me,
Yep.
and I'm gonna try to follow him and just try to stay in the same range as him.
Okay. So I'm going to put you right next to that part, the curved part of the wall, where the right next to where the stairs are, right there. So you're within range. He's actually running towards Kale right now.
Okay.
You guys are going to what was I going to say? It is now Ramza's turn. Ramza, what would you like to do? You're laying there on the ground in a heap. You're also in full armor. It's going to take you a little while to creep up to your feet.
How far away from me is the Baron?
Baron is probably about 15 feet away from you, but you're also, like I said, prone right now.
Yeah, but I got a spear. I could
That's what I was going to say. If you want to throw it as a spear, you could.
Can I throw it from the ground?
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, okay, let's do that.
Roll me a d20.
I got a 10.
That is... He kind of sidesteps it a little bit. It goes clinking into the middle of the room.
And then I want to get up as far up as I can.
Okay, you're starting to get up now. Kale, your turn. What are you going to do?
I mean,
You're facing the Baron right now as he's running towards you, the Bandit King.
yeah, I'm gonna run towards him, and I think because we don't want to kill him, right? So I think I'm just gonna try to lay him out.
Okay.
I'm just gonna run towards him and just do like a sort of like a palm strike right on his chest and just try to
Make me 220s.
220s. All right. So that's a 14 and a 14.
Ooh.
I'm rolling a lot of 14s tonight.
Percentage dice for me.
And percentage dice. 34.
Okay. Kale comes around with another strike. One right underneath the armpit into the nerve cluster. His arm goes dead. The other one right to the chest. Kind of just freezes for a second. Eyes go wide, and it looks like his body locks up for a moment. And Celian, what are you going to do?
Okay, I'm going to. How far am I from the Baron?
About maybe 15 feet as well. You and Svetlana.
Okay, I'm gonna dismount Svetlana.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea at this point. She's in a pile of fur on top of this guy.
Am I in range to cast Charm Person on the Baron?
You are in range to cast it, so you got to begin casting it.
I'm going to do that.
And okay, Kilday, what are you going to do? Your turn.
What's the character doing, sorry?
The caster is at the back of the room, but she has vanished into thin air. She's somewhere back there.
Okay, I'm going to fire at where she was.
Roll me a 20.
12.
Okay. Hits the wall. Shatters into a million pieces.
And
Dice-
then can I shoot?
Go ahead, I'm sorry, Kilday.
And then I was just going to shoot to either side of where she was standing.
Make me 2 more 20s.
10 and a 20.
Ooh. The one misses. The one, all of a sudden there's an arrow sticking out of midair right now. You hear her scream out in pain. All right? Kilday, you're about ready to reach down again, and all of a sudden your entire body locks up. Ramza, you're in the back corner of the room. Everything freezes for you too. And Celian, Svetlana, Kale, everything, it's like time just stopped in the corner of the room. You're standing there. You see an arrow get pulled out and skittered across the room. You hear a voice as it starts to approach you. Well, I suppose you did my work for me. I was going to have to kill him sooner or later. Now let's see who we have here. Let's see. You feel eyes upon all of you. Who's dead first? Daisuke, roll me a 20.
17.
You have your echolocation going and know exactly where she is. She's wandering into the middle of the room. You've seen her for 3 rounds. You also are the only one that's able to move right now.
For sure.
Are you going to roll me a percentage die?
I for sure am. Where's the other one? 12.
Roll me a 6-sider for damage.
2.
Daisuke, you go ahead and you pull out your ninjato, cut her right across. She must have seen it the last second. She kind of ducks back, turns visible again, and all you see is this little tiny ribbon across her cheek of blood.
Yeah.
And she looks over at you. She pulls out her wad, and she says, "Die slowly." Her neck is starting to swell up. Her eyes are starting to swell up. I just rolled an 8 for a saving throw. Blood is starting to pour out of the corners of her mouth. She drops down to her knees and looks at you. All of you are able to move again. And she falls flat down on her face in the middle of the room. Just this pool of blood starting to fall out. Meanwhile, the Baron is still frozen in midair. Just sitting there, standing there. Held paralyzed by the spell. Ramza, you're the caller. What would you like to do?
He's still paralyzed?
He's still paralyzed.
Can he talk?
You can make him talk. You can get rid of the paralysis by slapping him around.
Yeah, I wanna know what the command word for these fortresses are.
You go ahead and you knock him around a little bit. And when you do, he comes to. He looks over at the group of you. Looks up at you, Ramza, and just shakes his head. He says, "What in the world would make you think I would tell you what the command words are?" He says, "You don't even know what this place is."
Well, how much do you value your life?
I came from nothing, and I'm going to return to nothing. He says, "You don't scare me." "Take your helmet off," Baravan says, whispering over to Ramza.
I take my helmet off.
"And you traitor," he looks over at Baravan. "You take your helmet off?" He looks at you like, "What?" "No matter." He goes, "You'll learn nothing from me." He spits over on the ground next to you.
Man, I'm just gonna lop his fucking head off.
Okay, roll me a 20.
Whoa.
And she's a prone foe. Never mind, it's coup de grace. Ramza, you take your slider. He does that.
Can I stop him?
Kildy, you can if you want to try.
I do want to try.
Make me a 20.
I got 13.
Kildy, you grab his arm right before he comes through with the blade. He just winces a little bit and holds himself back.
Trust me.
Baravan's just standing there. He's like, "That was badass."
We can take him with us. We don't. She's more useful alive than dead.
The
And
guy
I
with the
learned
crossbow in the
okay.
back is looking at you. He goes, "Yeah." He goes, "Besides, it's not like the place is going anywhere."
Baravan, I want you to take the other guards and to fortify this location till I return.
Right. Fred, you heard what he said. Let's go get the guys. We walk out of there.
I want you to get.
Hey, this place is safe right now, but don't forget those 2 griffins on the roof.
I'm not worried about them.
I could see why. You see, he says he walks up the stairs.
Has the charm person spell that I was casting, is that lost because I was interrupted?
Nope. And if you want to still cast it on the guy, you can.
I'm gonna try.
Find the answer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, Ancelian, you guys watch Ancelian put his hands on his head, and from his fingers that ivy starts to grow out. And it's crawling into his ears, into his mouth, up his nose, in through his pores, and he's like trying to scream, but he can't until his fingers are this web work of tendrils that are into his head, and they finally slide back in, like they go through autumn, or through summer, and then autumn, and then they disappear. He looks at you. He smiles a bit. He goes, "Was really all that necessary? You could have just asked."
I understand. So glad you're here, my friend.
Yeah, me too. Can I get up, man?
Oh,
Because
of
my
course.
stomach is hurting bad.
You've been through a lot.
Yeah, right. He stands up. He looks over at the back at the sorceress. Shame about Shania, right? Hey, easy come, easy go, right? Bros before hoes, right? Slaps him in the back.
Yeah.
So, besides, our other buddy over there, I guess he saved me some. He saved me some trouble. So what are we doing here? We're fortifying the place. I'm in charge of the place.
What do you think, Ramza?
Well, Charmed Person eventually wears off, right?
1 hour.
1 hour. Yeah, just get him to give us the command word so that we can help manage the place with him.
Yeah, sure, he's in charge for now.
Well, you want the command word? Well, that's all you had to say. Man, I forgot. We've been friends for so long. I guess I forgot your name. What's your name, buddy?
Oh, it sounds silly. Don't worry about it.
Sorry, buddy.
That's a long
something.
weird name. Yeah.
I've been through a lot. Like we said, we've been through a lot. He goes over to the. He goes over to a strong box at the end of the bed that's in the room, and bad traps on this one. You don't want to put your hand in there. I got a really nasty one in here for you. He says. He opens up with a key. He goes, check this out. He goes, there's a blade in here that springs down. I coated it all with poison from brown recluse spiders. It'll just eat your hand away right off the bone.
Nice.
Yeah, it's really a good one. It's a really good one.
That's natural poison.
He opens up the trunk. There's all kinds of stuff in there. Glittering gold. You see all kinds of, a scarab at the top of it. Pulls out a scroll. Reads it. Goes, it's right here. Got it right here. You want to check it out?
Yeah, let's read it.
It says, I memorized explosive runes today. No, I'm just kidding. It says, Awaken Arneka Tariq, Steel Spires of Dayern. On one line, on a bottom line below it, it says, Sleep now, Arneka Tariq, Steel Spires of Dayern.
That's just perfect. Thank you so much. Do you mind if I just keep this?
Oh, you're going to give it back, right?
Oh, yeah.
Just borrow it?
Yeah,
no
I
problem,
just
man.
got to hang on to it for
Yeah,
a
no
minute.
problem.
Yeah.
While he's, can I?
Don't. There's another piece of paper in there. He goes, She wrote explosive runes on it in there. Don't read that. Because it was meant, if you're going to read it, it'd blow the whole thing up, and that way nobody would get it. I just remember it.
Bad news, yeah. Hey, is there any kind of cool secrets about this place that people might not know about just looking at it?
Well, yeah, she found out a bunch of them, but she's dead now. But yeah, I can show you something over here that I think is kind of cool. He leads you over to the cornerstone in the corner, and there's something written, almost minuscule, microscopic writing around the bottom of it.
What's this?
He goes, I don't know. He goes, but after I said it is when those griffins came.
Oh,
So I think it calls defenders to the place. I hadn't told anybody that, but
yeah. Well, anybody else have any questions for our wonderful host?
so what are we gonna do now? Are we gonna let's play some cards or something? You guys, you look like a card playing man. I don't know what the hell you are, but you're with my buddy, so it's okay. You can play cards with us too. I don't prejudge. Okay.
All right.
He looks over at Dice Gang. Besides, you killed that bitch, so no big deal. So just I don't know how much the bear, I don't know if the bear is gonna. I don't have enough snacks down here for the bear.
Oh no, that's okay. The bear's got lots to eat.
Right. Yeah, I guess so. Right. He looks over at his buddy that's in the corner, who's now missing part of his arm. Gentlemen, you end up marshaling the rest of the bandits away. You end up returning to Cordrin, and there at Cordrin, your group is given a hero's welcome. You're all called to the office of the Captain General, and given the difficulty of your mission, the Captain General has seen fit to reward you with 50% of what you were able to recover from the Steel Spires. In addition to that, he promotes each member of the group by 1 rank in the military, which is no small matter at all. Not only your pay and renown among the Nyrendal military increases, but you can find yourself in command of your own detachments in short order. In such case, considering Cordrin and Almor's still precarious situation, your adventures have probably just begun. You also, because you were able to reclaim the fortress, are you going to willingly give the fortress over to Captain General Osmaron, or are you going to keep it?
I'm going to say... Well, that's what we can say?
I said I'm willing to give it up, but that's just me.
Can I have that exploding scroll?
You may.
Yeah, just don't read it. Now, is that specifically designed to blow up the towers?
No, it's designed to blow up. It was like it creates a small fireball. It was going to consume the command words.
Oh, I get you. Perfect. I say that I want to keep it for Almor.
Okay.
If we get a small detachment, why don't we man a post?
Well, when you do that, Osmarin says, in that case, I would like to give you 100% of what you found on your mission. In addition to that, as you guys end up leaving his office, the respect that you're given by your fellow military men is considerable, obviously, because of your ability to finish this. But you're met by a detachment among the military of Cordrin that you weren't really prepared to see before. It is 20 men. They're all ragtag, wearing leather armor. Some are wearing bandanas. They've got crossbows. They look really hungry, kind of beat up, all of them. And one of them, they approach Ramza, and they kind of look a little bit afraid of him, but they come to Kilday instead. They say, Private Bearvan reporting for duty. He grins. He goes, look. He goes, me and the boys were talking. He goes, we all noticed. Don't think nobody noticed that you went out of your way not to hurt any of us. Because that goes a long way. Buddy, my pals respect you. And if the Captain General is going to let us, we want to be you guys' detachment.
We wouldn't ask for anybody else.
And that, gentlemen, is where we're going to end our session for the evening. Thanks so much for playing. I hope you guys had a good time. Wow, that was pretty good. You guys did a really nice job. It's a difficult scenario, and you guys managed to beat it. So congratulations.
Thank you.
This was my Patreon reward for this month for everybody who's watching. And thanks for those of you who are still tuning in. I really appreciate it. Steel Spires is a 30-page adventure that you guys did not, the 5 of you here, did not receive with Patreon rewards because they didn't want you guys to have pre-knowledge of the scenario. But you'll be receiving copies of the thing with all the maps and all the hidden secrets and things like that. You can check out and see what happened inside of there. You guys did a really, really nice job. A lot of lateral thinking in there that I didn't really expect in a lot of places. And a lot of fortunate die rolls in some places, so you guys did a really nice job with that. But you guys were great players. I'd love to have you guys some other time, too.
It was super fun.
So, yeah, thanks, Ian. Nick, do you have fun?
Oh, yeah.
Caitlin, good time?
Yeah, that was...
Stetson?
It was awesome.
For sure, I'd for sure do this again.
I have in the back of here, too, at my last thing before my adventure maps, that I think it says something about you guys are going to be visited soon by the clergy of Daer, and who'll be eager to learn all they can about one of the 44 sacred relics of the faith. Do I sense another adventure down the road? Oh. Yes, if you the whole thing is set up open-ended. If you guys want to play again, you guys can play the same characters. If not, we can do a different scenario. If you guys want to do anything else down the road, let me know. But for those of you guys who tuned in, thank you so much. I know I went over by about 2 hours tonight. That's okay. I was having a lot of fun. The guys were having it seemed like they were having a lot of fun. This was on their dime, so I want to give them as most as I could for their money. That's kind of like how I operate. So, but for those of you guys who watched us again, thank you so much. Going to be tuning out for the evening. Before I go, I want to introduce my great 5 players here for the evening, and so that everybody out there in Twitch land can get a chance to see them and celebrate their successes. Stetson Chrysler, who played Kilday, great job, man. An awesome job role-playing your merciful nature. I had to bring that back around into gameplay. You did an awesome job with that.
Thank you.
The great Matthew Lazinski, Ramza Zerqua. Hopefully you liked playing your Dro Cavalier.
I think I did a little bit less jokestery of a character.
You did. You did a really nice job. And I busted your balls at the end about leading the group, but you did a nice job. Kalen, awesome job with your character using all the different abilities that are available to him. You have a lot of really weird stuff that character could do, and you used it all. So I really, as a guy who plays magic users a lot myself, I think it's great when a player can use all the different facets of that character, and you did a nice job with that. Ian, you did an awesome job with not only managing Svetlana, who's like a siege engine into herself, but you have a knack for timing in the game on when you choose to do stuff and when you choose to use your moves. You're a really nice tactical player. Like when you let fly with that, with your Call Lightning, perfect. The timing was consummate. So awesome player. You can see your experience with the game shine through in that. I thought you did a great job. And Kale, the silent assassin in the group, I thought you did a really, really awesome job, Nicholas. I thought your move on the roof particularly really appealed to me on that. I liked all the subtle ways that you used your character, and I liked when you chose to use the weapon and when you went open hand. As a monk player, there's a major bonus, damage bonus when you use your monk for weapons, but that not necessarily isn't the effect you want to achieve every time, and I thought you did a really nice job. You could tell you play a ton of monks, so I thought you did a really good job. So anyway, guys, again, I'll be signing off for the evening. For my players, I'm Carlos A.S. Lysing, owner and lead designer of Casl Entertainment, and I hope to see you guys soon here on our Twitch channel. Have a good evening. Guys, stick around for a little while. I'll say my goodbyes to you via Zoom.
Yes.
Bye, everybody.
Good night.